Okay, we're ready to go.
All right, fantastic. Let's go live. All right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown. Attorney Brown, you're muted.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. We have a fairly short agenda. First matter would be personnel regarding the administrative recruitment. In the waiting room is Anita Ruckert.
Attorney Brown, before we go too far, we need to make sure that we take a motion to go to closed session. We haven't done that. So let's begin our meeting as we normally would. All right, Madam.
We request the motion to go into executive session to discuss personnel, real estate, pending or potential litigation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Is that with Mr. Hassan and Mr.
Yes.
Commissioner Dennis Williams.
Right.
Yeah.
Commissioner Dennis Williams? Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis is out. Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Tyus,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Here.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, and Mr. Franum out.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay. All right. Jeff, we will now pause and go to the waiting room, and then we'll transition into closed session.
Okay, well, we going into the closed session now.
Thank you.
Mr. Sims, can you hear me?
Hey, Jeff, I can.
Hey, click join on the legal meeting and you should be able to get in.
Where?
Should be under more at the bottom, breakout rooms. There should be a join button.
I don't see it. Hold on. Jeff, I don't see it. Jeff,
Yes, sir.
I don't see it.
Okay, let me put you back in the waiting room for a second. We'll pull you back in.
Okay, thanks. Jeff,
Yes, sir.
okay, now,
Now you should see join.
where? Because
I'm not sure exactly where it shows up on your
normally it
screen.
would show, I'm gonna leave and come back out and try it again.
Okay.
Jeff,
Yes, sir.
do you see me now?
Yes, sir. We got you. We're gonna join, adding you now.
All right, thanks.
Look for a pop-up though.
I'm looking for it.
How about now? There you go.
Okay, everybody, we are back. We're back in the live session on the floor. And all right, Chair recognizes Attorney Brown for reconvening.
Mayor Commission will request a motion to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
So moved. Second.
All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis out, Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Branham, out, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Franham out.
All right, wonderful. All right, Attorney Brown.
Mr. Mayor, we'll request a motion to approve the payment of $16,554.50 to Augusta, Georgia Economic Development Authority relative to work relative to the master lease and sublease agreement of Lake Olmsted, and the funds shall be taken from the Augustus Contingency Fund.
So moved. Second.
Madam Clerk, Commissioner
Garrett, okay,
Right.
Mr.
Garrett, please.
Okay, Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franham, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Franham out.
All right, Madam Clerk, I don't think there's any other business for us at this point, as Attorney Brown has indicated. We will reconvene at 2:00. Federal Commission. I would ask that when we do go back to our regular scheduled meeting and go live, that everyone please mute your phone as we're live and or other devices that may give out a loud signal. Thank y'all so much for your leadership and the meeting we had. Thank you.
Ms. Bonner, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, members of the commission, Administrator Sims, Attorney Brown, we hereby call this meeting to order. Chair recognizes Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk,
Invocation.
I'll do the invocation today.
And please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance after which. Thank you.
Let us pray. Gracious and eternal God, Father God, we seek after you today for your divine wisdom. We seek after you today for not only wisdom, but we thank you for your promised peace, even in the midst of this healthcare pandemic, even during these times of peaceful protest, Lord God, it is you who we need. Today, may you guide us by your right hand. Give us understanding of one another. Us, Lord God, not only understanding, but allow us to be representatives of you, O God, before your people and the people before you. This is our prayer today. Amen.
Amen.
All right, let's stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag,
Flag of the United States of America,
to the republic,
which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh,
Madam Clerk, before we proceed, I do want to take a few moments and add a few comments. I want to begin our comments today with not a moment of silence, but I think a moment of thanks. I want to thank the City of Augusta staff for how they've responded. And this is all departments, all agencies, for how they've responded during this COVID-19 pandemic. It's not just those individuals who we've seen out in the public, in the press, in the media, but it's those individuals who have suited up every single day and they've come to work, they've teleworked, and they've responded to the call of duty, representing a city of almost 203,000 people. And I want to begin by thanking them for that. We know that COVID-19 is not over. We continue to see those numbers increasing, but I want to, more than anything, just say thank you to the employees of Augusta, Georgia, to those individuals who have worked in putting together continuity of operations plans, Administrator Sims, his team working in concert with HR, working in concert with EMA and our outside stakeholders. Thank you. You've done a phenomenal job of making sure that we not only keep employees safe, but also work very diligently to try to keep the citizens of Augusta in the best place possible. And for that, you're to be commended. As we move forward as a city, I think it's equally important for us to continue to sound the alarm around the issues of COVID-19. We see that while all of the things that have been done up to this point, and the last of the governor's executive order expiring just a few days ago, we've seen an uptick in the number of confirmed positive cases. We know that there's much work being done from a science standpoint to try to get us a vaccine, but we do not have one. And I want to urge our citizens, I want to urge the employees of Augusta, Richmond County to continue to safely social distance when you're inside the building, outside the building, at home, in the general public and otherwise. And I want to encourage folks to take those precautions as identified by the Centers for Disease Control that talk about washing our hands. We cannot lose sight of the fact that it's still important to wash our hands for 20 seconds. It's important to put on a face mask or a covering. And those things are equally important for us to do. And so as we move into this next phase of recovery, but still response, I just want to say thank you. I also want to say thank you to local law enforcement for the work that they've done in terms of handling the peaceful protests. We've seen the nation captured around the death of George Floyd. And subsequently, we've had additional deaths in the great state of Georgia with Rayshard Brooks just a few days ago. But here in Augusta, we've been very fortunate that we've had a series of peaceful protests. And those protests have happened and been conducted in partnership with the local protesters, those who want to peacefully protest, want to be voices for the victims, but are also calling for change in how we do business in the city of Augusta and in the nation with regards to policing. But it doesn't stop there. The issues of race, the issues of racism, the issues of inequality and inequity, they're real, and we can't shy away from them. All too often what happens in the city of Augusta is it happens around us, and we never engage in those more thoughtful and those more compassionate and considerate conversations because we say we're insulated and, well, it didn't happen in Augusta. And we're fortunate that those things where the loss of life have not happened. But what we do know is that the conversations are real and we need to be engaged in them. And so I look forward to being a part of conversations in our community with you as elected leaders and our community around issues that front and center in the nation right now. We can't allow this moment to pass us by in the city of Augusta because we are so insular in our approach to how things are done. And so with that, again, we look forward to robust conversation in today's meeting, but more importantly, that we actively engage one another and be compassionate, be kind and thoughtful in our approach to governance and then how we are the representatives of our community in the public. And so again, I wanted to share those thoughts and look forward to this city continuing to be a city on the hill. Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. Our roll call. Mr. Clark,
Present.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yes.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Stias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Dennis Williams, and Mr.
Yes.
Marion Williams. Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 12, items 1 through 12.
Madam Clerk?
For the benefit of the commission, the planning petitioners, as well as the staff from the planning commission is available for any questions.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if there be no objection, I want to draw everyone's attention to the addendum agenda that was presented by our clerk. There are 3 items on it. The 3 items are: 1, in addition to the agenda requested, and that's approved and authorizing the general counsel to draft a resolution in support of the National R&B Hall of Fame. The second item, as Madam Clerk has provided background already via email, is the zoning petition matter, item 13, that's been a holdover for several months now. And again, it's just requesting it to be deleted. And then there's supplemental information that was sent out along with that regarding the matter that's being discussed around the COVID small business loan process. And so if there's no objection, we'll add those to the agenda. All right, without objection, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 12, with the addition of item 13 to be deleted.
Okay. All right, I'll entertain any motions to add items to the consent agenda. All right, Chair recognizes the commissioner from the first, Commissioner Fenoy.
We'd like to add number 17.
I have questions on that one.
Okay. All right. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Like to add to agenda item number 1, Mayor, the letter of support. I'd like to add that to the consent agenda.
Okay. All right, what section? Commissioner from the 10th.
I'd like to add item 16 and 27.
I got problem 16, Mr. Mayor.
27 as well.
Hold on a minute. All right, so number 27 was your next request, Commissioner from the 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the Commissioner from the 6th, I'll come to you next. You wait issue?
Yes, I was saying I have issue with 27. I need some more information on 27.
Problem. All right. Okay, Commissioner from the 8th.
Thanks, sir. I'd like to add item number 32.
How you doing?
Got a problem with 32, Mr. Mayor.
Everybody suspend. All right, hold on a minute. Commissioner from the 1st.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Commissioner, okay. Would you please mute your phone, sir? All right, thank you. All right, Commissioner from the 8th, back to you, sir.
I think the commissioner from the 6th had a problem with it, so never mind.
Okay.
You don't have a problem with anything. We won't. Mr. Mayor,
All right, I'm coming to you. All right, Commissioner from the 2nd.
I'd like to add item number 37, please.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Dennis Williams.
That was number.
Yes, ma'am.
I still didn't get it, Mr. Mayor. Static.
Item number 37, Madam Clerk.
I've got some issue with 37. I need to get some more discussion on that one.
All right, no worries. All right, so let's do this. Let's move forward, Madam Clerk, at this point. First item number 1, and we'll have robust debate on it. All right, let me again, if I may, you are not speaking. Would you please place your devices on mute? Substantial background noise, and Madam Clerk cannot hear, nor can I.
Mr. Mayor, we're not going to approve. We're going to approve consent agenda now. What are you going to?
We're getting ready to, and the only item on the consent agenda that's added is number 1 from the addendum agenda.
I thought we had to add a couple more. Not all of them didn't need approved, but I thought a couple more got approved, added as well.
No, there's objection.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
All right, Commissioner from the 5th. Yes, sir.
can we put number 14 on the consent agenda?
Okay, number 14.
Wait, let me look at 14 now. Hold it, don't y'all get too fast. Yeah, 14 good. I ain't got no problem 14.
Mr. Mayor, what are we gonna do with 25?
We're going to allow the Information Technology Department to do a presentation. They're going to be the first ones that I call on. They've been waiting for about 2.5 months here, and I want to go ahead and give them an opportunity to be heard.
Okay, and I'm looking at number 28.
All right, that's an excellent one. Let's add that to the consent agenda.
I've got some issues. I had that pull up, Mr. Mayor. That's the inmate. I'm not against that, Mr. Mayor, but I've got some issues that I wanted to bring to the table. I pulled that off last time. It's back on here again. I'm in support. I'm going to a motion to approve it, but I do have some conversation that I like to have.
Okay. And take a look at 31, Mayor.
Well, I believe the commissioner from the ninth had questions about that last time as well. And we pushed that, we pushed that to this meeting. if I
Okay.
remember. So,
Okay, but number 40 is about a mobile dog adoption van.
it is.
Can we put that on there?
Sure, without objection. All right. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda, items 1 through 12, with the deletion of item 13, adding the resolution of support, item number 1 under the addendum agenda, adding item number 14, 28, and 40.
All right.
Just making it 29 to that as well.
Well,
Or delete it from the agenda.
Oh, delete it. Oh,
you want to have a discussion about it. Is that true?
No, so that's fine. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
so we're adding that to delete to the consent agenda. Okay. Delete item number 29.
Yes. So, as an aside, and again, I appreciate you for doing that, Commissioner. As an aside, there are a number of items that are on here that are discussions in nature. And while in these abbreviated times that we're in, these types of conversations are very useful to have before we get to the full commission meeting. We talked about it before, but this is where the good public policy work actually happens at, and that's before we get to this type of meeting. If we can have some of these discussions before we get to this point, but I just want to add that, Madam Clerk, let's proceed with our consent agenda again.
Consent, you want me to?
Just tell us what those items are again.
Okay. Consent agenda, items 1 through 12, with the deletion of item 13 and 29. Resolution of support, item number 1 on the addendum agenda, adding items number 14, 28, and 40.
All right. Chair recognizes the commissioner from the ninth for a motion.
So move, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
All right.
Hold
Commissioner,
on one.
state inquiry.
Did we just delete 29?
Yes.
Yes.
Do my colleagues understand that if we delete that the COLA automatically takes place?
Yes, sir. I do.
I'm not sure that we need to go ahead and delete that. I think we need to have a discussion on that.
All right. So, the commissioner from the 8th has raised objection to sending that item.
I'm fine. Yeah.
We'll pull that from the consent item, Madam Clerk.
Okay. The consent agenda, as noted previously, with the deletion of item 29 from the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner from the 9th, state your inquiry.
I'm in motion, I'm in favor of the consent agenda. Item 5, 6, and 7 has got some issues that I hope that we have looked at, and not to belabor that, to hold it up. I'm gonna let that go. Speaking with Rob Sherman, hopefully it talks about sidewalks on one side. We know when we building these apartments and different stuff, that the streets are not often big enough for a fire truck to go down. So I saw that and I wanted to question that, but I'm gonna let that go. It's enough on the end of the day. Hopefully that our licensed patient is watching that and making sure that rules are being followed to the letter.
Would you like
They say-
Mr. Sherman to address that? He's waiting.
So Madam Clerk, the question that the commissioners raised is around sidewalks. Is that not true, Commissioner?
That's right.
And
And the width of the street.
each of those items requires that sidewalks must be provided.
It says on one side, when you got
Yes.
disabled in that community, and you got one side of sidewalk, that really don't help very much. But I didn't want to hold the show up, so we keep it rolling. Keep it rolling. I talked to Rob about it later. Hopefully, we done did it a lot of times. I don't think it's right, but we're gonna go and pass this now. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
I got enough on your plate today, and if you want to keep this on here, that's fine. I'm trying to keep this moving. So.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give you the liberty to decide whether you want to talk about it or you want to move it on.
No. I talked to Rob about it. Let's go ahead and we got a motion in a second. Let's go ahead and vote and get to the business.
Very well.
I'm looking up for you. I'm looking up for you now.
All right. Very good. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis, Mr. Fenoy, and Mr. Franum out.
Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk.
The delegation in item number 22, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Item A, Mr. Brian Birmingham regarding Sunday liquor sales for bars. Item number 22 is to discuss possible ways and means city government can guide or offer financial assistance and assistance to local owned bars for recovery and continued operation after state order closure is lifted. That's from Commissioner John Clark. They are companion items.
All right, Madam Clerk, thank you so much. All right, Chair recognizes let's do a couple of things. All right, let's make sure we've got our public presenters here first. I know I see Ms. McFarley. Okay, Ms. McFarley, if you could go ahead and bring them on screen, please. Okay. All right, we've got a representative. All right, so, sir, if you would state for the record your name and your address, okay?
Yes, sir. My name is Brian Birmingham. My address is 704 Neville Street.
Okay. So, what we want to do then is we want to hear from you regarding liquor sales, Sunday liquor sales for bars, and then I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 10th and item number 22. Go ahead, sir.
Sure.
Is that Augusta, Georgia, Mr. Mayor? He's in that Vaucluse, South Carolina. Where's that?
Georgia?
Is that Augusta, Georgia? I heard his address, but I didn't hear.
Yeah, Mr. Birmingham, that address is an Augusta address?
My residence is now actually in Grovetown. My business is in Richmond County. My business location is 3112 Washington Road.
All right. The address you gave us was a Grovetown address for your residential address. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
That address that you gave for the record was your residence. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's Grove, Commissioner.
Got 5 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me?
I was saying the 5 minutes. You didn't mention the 5 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. I'm timing him. Mr. Birmingham, if you would please proceed.
Thank you, sir. As you know, we were closed down for 3 months by government mandate through no fault of our own. During this time, the bills didn't stop coming in and the money kept flowing out. Guys, really? Sorry. I had employees to pay rent, maintenance, and utilities to keep up with general upkeep costs. I did manage to borrow the money needed to keep the bar from going bankrupt, but I'm now stuck with quite a bit of debt, along with very limited restrictions on how we are able to reopen our bars and try and recoup the losses. So to answer the question, do the bar owners need financial help? I would say the answer is yes. While I was shut down, I got to witness people throng into grocery and hardware stores, piling into restaurant bars, and being allowed to act in those restaurants the exact way they would have acted in my bar. But somehow I was told daily that the only risk was being inside my bar. Not inside any of these other places, just my bar. I was told by the county at one point that for some reason I couldn't even enter my own bar for any purpose. I could not go into my empty bar by myself with a can of paint and put a fresh coat of paint on my walls. I couldn't enter my bar to check on it, to keep up maintenance on any of my equipment, nothing. That is what I was told by planning and development when I asked them if it would be okay to hold a fundraiser outside of my bar in the parking lot to try and raise some money for my employees. You can't do that because you might go inside your bar and you're not allowed to do that, was their answer. For 3 months, I watched my borrowed money hemorrhage out of my account while I paid my rent and utilities and made sure that the 16 families that rely on my business and my bar provide for their homes were paid. The entire time that I was told that everything will be okay, I just had to do my part, which I did. I stayed closed while I saw restaurants 4 deep at the bar, patrons standing shoulder to shoulder, videos posted all over social media, and no repercussions to anyone for not adhering to the rules. But my bar stayed dark, the doors were locked, the lights were out. After 3 months, almost 3 months, after everyone else had been allowed to open, they finally allowed us to open. And they put in place the most asinine list of restrictions I've ever seen. Obviously written by someone who never in their life had stepped foot inside a bar telling me how to run my bar. I would like any government official to explain to me how exactly a bartender or a cook or a door person can telecommute and work from home. This was rule number 4 of 39 rules that were written specifically for bars. There were too many ridiculous things in this order to go into. Go ahead and read 17 and try and figure out what they were even trying to say. But the most crippling one would have to be the occupancy rules. I do not know of a single business model in the world that will be profitable at 35% capacity, yet that is what they gave us. They rewarded our sacrifices by allowing us to reopen and restricted us in such a way to guarantee that we will lose money hand over fist. I debated even reopening, but as the money's running out, I have no options left. At least if I go under, I'll go under fighting. I am just one bar owner. There are many other bar owners that I am friends with who are unable to even mortgage their futures like I did to keep what they had. And who knows if they will ever reopen, or if they do, if they will last after taxes next year. One commissioner spoke out, Mr. Clark, and he said he wanted to help these small bars. So I reached out to him, and when I spoke to him, he asked me what could be done. There are a lot of things that could be done. Some kind of a rebate on the licenses would be nice. It takes over $6,000 a year for the various licenses, business, state, and local liquor, health department, cigarette, the list goes on. We lost 25% of that time. You could just give us money to help pay us for all the bills and salaries we paid when we were closed down, but I can't imagine the red tape that would involve or how you'd even be able to figure out a fair way to do that, or if the county can even find a way to do that. But a very obvious and a simple and actually very inexpensive way for Richmond County to help would be the very simple fact that no bar in Richmond County can open on Sundays. That's 1/7 of the year that I can't open because it's a Sunday. That's sales I don't get, which is also sales tax and excise tax the county does not get. And on top of that, that's an extra $1,000 a year for a Sunday license that the county is not getting. Last time I spoke before the commission, I was told by the mayor himself that my way of thinking was wrong. I had to move with the times and be more progressive, just like New York City. Be more forward thinking like New York City, he said. Well, I was born on the outskirts of Philadelphia, and I have worked in the bar industry almost exclusively since 1990. In my 30 years of being in this industry, I've worked in some of these progressive cities, which the mayor referred to. I've worked in Philly, I've worked in Baltimore, I've worked in DC, and yes, I've worked in New York City itself, just to name a few of the places that I've worked. And you want to know what all of these progressive cities do, and Richmond County does not? They allow their bars to open on Sunday. Gathering at the bar on Sunday to watch the game is practically a national tradition. Yet here in Richmond County, only a few bars, which are somehow considered restaurants, are allowed to open on Sunday. If you want to truly keep a lot of your local businesses from disappearing at very little or no cost to the county, simply allow the bars to open on Sunday as well. This won't replace the hundreds of thousands of dollars in sales that I've lost and others have lost. But putting this in place will ensure that going forward, I and every other bar owner will be given the opportunity to get back on track. This will give us a chance going forward to make up the sales that we have lost. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your time. I'm gonna go to the commissioner from the 10th, and then I'm gonna come back to your commentary. All right?
Thank
So,
you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you also, Mr. Birmingham. When it was mandated that all bars has to shut down, I think everybody went along with it. As time passed and they were unable to open, of course, they did not make the revenue to pay their bills and continue to pay their bills and their operations. So I had several of the bar owners reach out to me about the small loan program, about a litany of other things. And I think the basic conversation that it comes down to is that, you know, they're not being treated like the other businesses are being treated. They feel that they're being hindered. And I would say in the 21st century, if we're going to move as a progressive town, we have to move in ways that are progressive. All across the United States, all across the world, bars that do not serve food are open on Sundays. That is a source of revenue. So in talking with several of these independent bar owners, they're not asking for a handout, and they're really not even asking for a loan. They're asking for a chance. And I think the chance that they're asking for is to be allowed to open on Sunday, have Sunday sales without food. And I don't particularly think that's an unreasonable request. By giving them a $1,000 license, and that's what Sunday sales license call for, then they can take it upon themselves whether they want to open on Sunday or not. At least give them that option. So therefore, I'm ready to make a motion that we amend the ordinance to allow bars without food sales to open and operate every Sunday of the year.
I second.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second with this discussion. Very good conversation. I appreciate it. All right, we're going to go to the commissioner from the 9th. We'll go to commissioner from the 9th, and we'll come back. I'll come back to myself. All right, commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, you hear me now?
We can, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had a muted. I didn't understand that. But I sympathize with the bars owner and anybody else that lost money in this epidemic. Now, let's go back. First of all, no one contacted me as the super district commissioner or part of downtown. Now, I know my colleagues, and I don't have no jurisdiction. I don't have no lines. I cross any lines to help anybody. But if you're going to help the bar owners, how many other businesses who have not had to be closed on Sunday had to be closed every day? So I'm taking the point of losing money. We've got a lot of businesses that lost money. And worse than that, we got a lot of people lost their lives. People have died from this epidemic. This is not nothing that the city put on. I like to hear from the license inspection. Is there a state law? Is that state law? or is that a local law that we put in place? Because if we got our own laws, I need to know about them. I thought we were going by state law. What state law requires?
Well, I'm gonna address all of that here in just a second.
Okay, well, I mean, because see, I don't want to put no false information out. I say wrong information. I want to say false, wrong information out. That we have did something in Augusta that you can't do in Savannah or in other part of Georgia. So if you address that, that might help me. But nobody contacted me as an elected official in the downtown area. Now, like me or not, I've been trying to help anybody I can, wherever I can. And this is the first I heard of this. And then you can't do something just for the bars. If you're gonna do, what about the beauty salon who couldn't open up at all? Not just on Sunday, but could open up Monday, no Sunday. So if we're gonna put it on the table, then let's talk about everything.
Yeah.
Put it all out there.
So let's do that, but let's bring some clarity around this conversation as well. Mr. Sherman, if you would bring Mr. Birmingham back to the podium, if you will. I want to make sure I'm direct.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Birmingham. We appreciate you bringing your concerns. They certainly have concerns, but I want to address a series of things that you intimated. I'll begin first and foremost with the issues around the requirements that were placed on bars in the great state of Georgia. We are a municipality, and as such, when the governor of the state of Georgia enacted his series of executive orders, the most recent one coming to a close on the 6th of June, in those, at the closure of bars and then the subsequent reopening of bars, all of those requirements were handed down by Governor Brian Kemp. And as such, those are the requirements that not only bars, nightclubs, hair salons, barbershops, restaurants, etc., have had to, and that will continue until such that the governor provides another executive order or change of course. So let's make sure we clarify that.
That is 100% understood, sir. I understand that the orders are coming from the governor's office. Yes, sir.
And the application of those, from a local standpoint, the enforcement arm that the governor has used is local law enforcement to make sure that compliance is in place. So I want to make sure I draw that distinction and clarify that, not only for you as a bar owner, but other bars, and without question, those that are on social media who are attributing these things to local government, and in particular to the mayor. Those things are just not true. Moving forward, there are a series of other things that you intimated or suggested. I don't know if I've ever met you, but let me be clear. We want to see businesses thrive in the city of Augusta. And as such, there are other cities across this nation that are doing a variety of things. I don't know if you are aware of the fact that in Georgia, grocery stores and convenience stores are in fact allowed to sell beer and wine on Sundays. If local laws, in our case, Attorney Brown is going to speak to this issue in just a moment, local laws can in fact permit Sunday sales, but businesses cannot sell before 12:30 Sunday or remain open after 11:45 p.m. That's state law. That's current state law. And so I want to make sure that people understand that there is the overarching theme of state law, and then there's local law that fits in the gaps there. All right. And so I want to make sure that you really understand that.
Right. No, I understand that. Although I just would want to say one thing. I don't have any problems with what you said. I believe that Sunday, if you're open on Sunday, it's not 11:45. I believe it's 1:45 that they have to stop serving on Sunday nights.
Well,
but by state ordinance. I mean that's a state ordinance.
State law, again, unless it's changed most recently, is they'll begin at 12:30 until 11:45. Being that you're in that business, you may be accurate. I've been gone from the legislature almost 6 years now. So, but this 12:30 one my good friend from the 21st, Bill Jackson, helped orchestrate that. So
I remember that.
okay. All right, Attorney Brown, are you here? I've raised a question with you.
Yes.
All right. I sent you an email. Have you responded to my email?
I just saw your email, Mayor. Rob Sherman is prepared to answer your questions regarding that.
All right, very well. All right, Director Sherman.
Sir, Mayor and Commissioners, as far as bars go, bars are not allowed to be open on Sunday except one Sunday a year that the commission can elect for them to be open. In the past, it's been for Super Bowl Sunday, or if it's St. Patrick's Day, or whatever Sunday you choose. But as it is right now, bars can only be open one Sunday a year, and it's at the date is selected by the commission.
Okay. All right, very well. All right, I've got a motion and a second. And all right. I'm ready to entertain this motion, vote on it.
Mr.
All right.
Mayor,
All right, Commissioner from the 5th.
so is this vote legal? If we only supposed to open up one Sunday a year, or is it, is it binding? Did
All right.
we do this vote?
Hold on a moment. Let's do this right here. Stating.
So it passed.
I want to get a restate of the proposed, and we'll have some additional discussion. All right, from the 10th.
All right, that was from there.
Was that from me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Let me say something first. We all know what the ordinance are about the bars only open at this time, one Sunday a month. We all know the ordinances concerning that. My motion is to change the city ordinance to allow all bars to have the opportunity to open every Sunday of the year that they choose to by paying for the Sunday alcohol sales license.
All right. Pause there, sir. All right. Director Sherman, you're recognized.
Mayor, Commissioners, it's a state code that prohibits bars to be open on Sunday, except for that one Sunday that's designated by the local commission. So the bars cannot be open on Sunday.
Mr. Mayor.
Director Sherman, can you provide the title and the code section?
I can, if I could send it to you later. I don't have that with me now.
Okay, very well. That's fine.
Yep.
All right, so why don't we do this? I think it's appropriate. I know that there's a desire to do everything we can to help. We want to be a sustainable, resilient community. Why don't we do this, Commissioner from the 10th and Commissioner from the 8th? Why don't we do some more work and have some discussion about how we can further lean into what the state law currently allows as it relates to bars and or nightclubs on Sunday. Why don't we do that before taking in steps trying to adopt a motion that may run up against state law?
Yeah.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th.
You know, with all due respect, I have certainly been in other cities in the state of Georgia that bars were open on Sunday. So I don't understand where all of a sudden, the state law and the local ordinances and what have you. It's just really concerning to me. It would seem to me that if we could make an ordinance that maybe we could set precedent. And so I would like to just go ahead and receive a vote, because, you know, we keep putting things off, and down the road and down the road and down the road. I just like to see where this goes. So I maintain that I make that motion.
Okay, all right, we got more discussion. All right, that's fine. He maintains his motion. All right, let's do this right here. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 2nd and then to the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd
Yes,
like
sir.
to make a substitute motion that we, for bar owners, that we give them a 25% discount on their license for the oncoming year. Guess it's dead.
I'll second it. Keep it alive.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, is on me now?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to help you out now.
All
You
right.
help, I'm gonna try to help you. Let's just be patient with this process. All right, I'm gonna make a couple of notes here. All right, Commissioner from the 9th, it's on you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My colleague in District 10, many bars he been in, he ought to know the rules by now himself without just being elected. But if a bar owner wants to open on Sundays, all he has to do is you can check with Rob Sherman that if he have 50% of food sales, he can open 7 days a week. But he can't operate a bar. No one can, just a bar by itself. If you want to open on Sundays, he can't open on Sunday. But I think the requirement is he had to have at least 50% of his business done in food sales. So, and that's how the other bars, he call them, open up. Now, I pass the bar every time I go down the street, but I don't stop in there. But I still know what they do. So I'm saying, Mr. Mayor, that they need to understand that in order to do that on Sundays, you have to be either Applebee's or Honeybee's. You got to serve food in order to do that. You just can't open up the city and say any bar owner can open 7 days a week. Now, that just won't work. If you want to have more dialogue with some state representatives and see can the state law get changed, we cannot supersede state law. That's not my opinion. That's what the state law said. And if anybody got anything different than that, they need to share that.
Excuse me?
Okay.
May I speak?
Mr. Birmingham, you need, just suspend. We may come back to you. We may come back to you.
Sir,
all right. A lot of debate with the commission. Okay. Okay, Mr. Birmingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Williams had some questions. I can clear up a little bit of that for him if you would allow me in a minute. Georgia state law states that you are a restaurant if no more than 75% of your revenue comes from the sales of alcohol. Okay, I fall under that category. According to the state of Georgia, I will be a restaurant. Richmond County has a law in place that says you are not a restaurant unless you sell at least 50% food sales. That is a local ordinance that is put in place to restrict the bars from being bars. According to the state of Georgia, I will fall under the category of a restaurant. According to the Richmond County, I fall under the category of being a bar. The county can be stricter than the state. The county cannot be more lenient than the state. Now, I understand all that.
Okay. If I can respond, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that information. If that's true, then we may need to look at what we're doing for it being stricter than what the state law said. But from my understanding, and I'm not in the bar business, like I said, no one contacted me. I would have had this information for you before we got to this point had I known about it. But the District 10 Commissioner brought you in. He done researched it. He done talked about it. And I guess he knows what he's saying. So if that is the guideline, Mr. Mayor, I'm going by what state law, as far as I know, from what I'm told by the directors that we have in the city of Augusta. So if it's 25% or 50%, I don't think we ought to supersede state law. I think we ought to go by what state law says. But if we didn't have no guidelines, then we wouldn't have no peace in this community. I guess we wouldn't have no way of guiding, keeping things in order. So Rob Sherman, if Rob available, I'd like Rob to address that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, well, Rob can do that, but let's do a couple of things here. I know the commissioner from the 10th would like to proceed with the motion, but this is one of the reasons why these types of spirited conversations require much more deliberate investigation about what state law provides versus what local law provides, so that we can marry those two and make certain that we're providing our opportunity with our city a chance to grow and be progressive. The commissioner from the 9th, as long as I've been here, has talked about the city of Augusta being slow and not up with the times, particularly with how late we allow certain businesses to stay open and when we cause others to close.
That's right.
To that end, I think this is another unique opportunity for us to be a little more deliberate and thoughtful in terms of identifying what local law says and working in concert with state law. For reference, from an Augusta Code standpoint, it's Title VI, Section 2, I believe, where it speaks to this issue. And we want to make sure that in concert with state law, that those things work. I do believe that, as the commissioner from the 10th and the 8th have indicated, this is the right time for us to have this conversation. I would urge all of the motion makers to give strong consideration to withdrawing your motions, and absent, this novel term we like to use, putting together a study committee. I don't think it needs necessarily be a study committee. It needs to be a working group that works on this and adopts something, or at least has a draft that can be considered for adoption within the next 30 days. That's important for us to look at. That would be my recommendation and encouragement for this body to do that, so that we're thoughtful about what we do and how it impacts businesses, restaurant, bars, and or nightclubs. That would be my recommendation. So I'm going to come back to two motion makers. I've got the commissioner from the 10th who made a motion, and then I've got a substitute. I'm going to speak to the issue of the substitute motion right now to the commissioner from the 2nd. What I would caution the commissioner from the 2nd and his seconder from the 5th is in terms of giving businesses 25% discount. I think that needs to be looked at, that idea, and it needs to be a full idea. The question of equal protection for other businesses could very well be raised with that motion, and I would urge you to withdraw that substitute motion and allow us again to convene. There have been two discussions that this body has had around what things can be done going forward of how we can help our local small businesses. One of those measures is on the table today, small business process. The others have been the issue around fees, around the issue of excise tax. We've had a general discussion, but not a full one. So I would urge the commissioner from the 2nd and the 5th to withdraw their substitute motion, and the commissioners from the 10th and the 8th to give strong consideration to bringing a working group together to address this issue. All right, I'm gonna pause there and give y'all a chance to think about it. Rob, Director Sherman, commissioner from the 9th, had a question for you. Director Sherman. Rob Sherman.
Yes.
Okay, commissioner from the 9th had a question for you.
Okay.
Rob, my question is, Rob, do our ordinance or our laws supersede the state law? If state law is 25%, why, and we got 50% food sales, is that right?
So for a restaurant, and I'm questioning my memory now, but for a restaurant, the state has it at 50% or better food sales is a restaurant, and you're eligible to be open on Sunday. They have defined a bar as no more than 75% alcohol sales, but they've left a gap in there between what is considered a restaurant and what is considered a bar. If a bar has less than 75% alcohol sales, it was written so that all ages can come in, and that's for the bars, say, in the college communities.
Okay.
And all this, a little history, all this came about because of an incident down at Georgia Southern where an underage was in a bar and he was injured. So they redefined the sales for what is considered a bar. Ours is that you're a restaurant if you have over 50% food sales. If you don't have over 50% food sales, you're considered a bar. So I can look into that and see if we can bring you some more information that would benefit the bar owners. But as it is, the state code says a bar cannot be open on Sunday.
Well, and that helps me a lot too, Rob, because I didn't think about the age limit as far as serving 50% food and anybody can go in.
Correct.
Anybody cannot go into a bar because there's an age limit there. And because of the age limit, and that's why those pieces are put in the puzzle. So that helps me understand a bit better. Thank you so much.
All right, Commissioner from the 10th, or before the Commissioner from the 10th, I'm going to go to the Commissioner from the 2nd and the 5th. Gentlemen, do you give consideration to withdrawing your substitute motion?
I think I would, because it'll be more beneficial to our business, our bar owners, if we could change the ordinance.
Okay.
So I would withdraw mine.
Okay. All right. Commissioner from the 10th.
Mr. Mayor, I will withdraw my motion based on the consideration that we do put together a group, myself included, to explore this opportunity to see what we can do going forward. And with the guarantee that will happen, and it will happen in short order, I'll withdraw my motion at this time.
Okay. I really appreciate that. I think we all appreciate that. So if we can establish a working group of the Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner from the 2nd, as Chairman of Public Safety, the Commissioner from the 8th, and the Commissioner from the 5th.
Why me?
Wait, hold on, Mr. Mayor. District 1 and District 2, and neither one of us gonna serve on that thing, on that board?
Why not add the dean of the commission to it as well? The Commissioner from the 9th.
It don't necessarily have to be me, but I'm part of this along with District 1, Commissioner Bill Fernard, and neither one of us was added to it.
Yeah, well, I think your point is well noted. And again, I don't think there's any objection for the Commissioner from the 1st to add to it. And that'll be our working group to make sure that we get this back and we work on it here in the next 30 days.
Will do.
Mr. Mayor, can I get an email to that effect with the
absolutely
members? Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And thank you, Mr. Birmingham.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk.
She's asleep.
Madam Clerk.
No, I'm not.
No, she's not.
I'm here.
She's asleep.
Okay.
All right, Madam Clerk, that'll be the commission action, a working group of those commission members. We'll send you a quick email. We're moving to the next item.
Okay. Our next item would be item number 15.
27, ma'am. Go to number 27.
Okay, 27, read and adopt 2019 ordinance, number of alarm system requirements, regulations, and penalties.
Okay. All right, I believe we've got some participants.
Commissioner Clark asked that that be placed on the agenda, and we do have, Chief Clayton here to address it as well.
Okay, fantastic. We got Deputy Clayton. I'm going to come to the commissioner from the 10th first, and then we'll go to Chief Deputy Clayton. All right, Commissioner from the 10th, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This issue was brought to my attention by Joe Ray Jenkins and Deputy Clayton, and we were invited down, some of us, to look at what goes on with the false alarms and how much it actually costs the taxpayer for the sheriff's department to keep responding to the false alarms. And it seems like that they keep responding to the same locations over and over and over. So they asked that we look at this, and I think they have, well, it's in your book, they've written an ordinance that they would like to adopt. And so Chief Deputy Clayton is here to explain that, and I would like to, at this time, Mr. Mayor, turn it over to him.
Well, I'll turn it over to him.
Okay.
Chief Deputy Clayton.
Excuse me.
That's all right. If you can walk us through the discussion around an ordinance and give us some background on that, I think we'd appreciate that as well.
Yes, Mayor. One of the things that I do is I ride with the deputies a couple of times a month on the weekends usually. And I will tell you that we spend the better part of the shift running on false alarm calls. And so actually we started looking at this problem actually about 7 years ago, and we've been looking at it and trying to come up with ways to deal with it. And one of the things that we looked at was there's no kind of regulation here. And most of the problems are user errors. And so I basically delegated to Lieutenant Whitehead to look at some of the best practices around the state. And so we got some model ordinances, and we actually tempered our ordinance a lot less restrictive than some of the other locations. We wanted to just start out with a very limited program. And I'm gonna let, if it's okay, I'm gonna let Lieutenant Whitehead kind of brief y'all on that. That'd be okay, Mayor?
Sure.
Good afternoon, gentlemen, Commissioner, Mayor. When the chief tasked us with me, like I said, we originally looked at it about 7 years ago. And then November of last year, he asked me to look into it again, and I started looking at different policies and ordinances around the country, not just here in the state of Georgia. And as he said, anywhere from not having an ordinance all the way to, and I'll tell you one of the biggest restrictions that I actually found, several courts, many courts across the United States have actually ruled right now that alarm ownership is not mandated by law. It's a private personal choice, which actually makes it a private contract between an individual and a company and a business. So at the end of the day, we actually provide service on the taxpayers' dollars for the alarm companies, what we're doing. And when looking at it, we were spending a little over $100,000 a year is what it's costing us in manpower to go to false alarms. And that doesn't include the burden on the 911 center and the dispatchers there. So what we're asking, what we're looking to do, we just want to put an ordinance in place that regulates the companies, where they have to actually register the alarms that they have in Richmond County, which will also benefit the local alarm companies who, for the most part, already follow some of the things that the other agencies have in place. This would cut out the majority of the fly-by-the-night companies that come on rather overline or whatever it may be. Currently, right now, we have over 16,000 false alarms a year that we run to, 16,000. Out of that, less than 1% was an actual burglary occurred at that location. So what we're asking to do is to regulate the alarm companies. And what this would do, having an ordinance, is also educate the users. We're not asking for any money to come, obviously, as he mentioned, the systems, some agencies have a tier system where the actual user would have to pay. So if you, on the first offense, you would go $50, and second, 100, third, and on. We're not looking to do that. All we're looking to do is regulate these companies where they have to actually have permits. They have to have everything that the state requires, have something in place. And we're hoping to decrease them by that time, by just putting something as simple as that in place. Like I said, right now, currently, we couldn't tell you how many alarms are registered or actually alarms are in Augusta, Richmond County, but we do and have responded to well over 16,000 just false alarms. which takes, and the money is not the issue. The money is not the issue. The biggest issue is probably the burden on our resources on the road patrol. This is time that can be spent in our neighborhoods and patrolling our businesses. And that's kind of a rundown. I sent over a presentation. I don't know if each of you got it actually a couple weeks ago. I think the chief forwarded it, and I put together about an 8-page PowerPoint presentation with all the numbers listed.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Sure, we all can.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, I'm not against this at all. Matter of fact, I support what we're discussing we're having. I can remember a couple of years ago this coming up. Don't remember a thorough conversation about it. My only concern about it is having an ordinance already. We have a process where we process ordinance or draft it, and then we need to look at get our law department to draft an ordinance or to look at this or what have you and see if it's sufficient. And we come back and do this, in our July meeting, and not adopt this, because there's a process for how we do ordinance. We know that. The first thing we do, we decided we wanted an ordinance. Then we give the directives to our law department to draft that ordinance. And normally there's 2 readings once he brings that back. So I'm saying let's not deviate from that. Let's let the law department look at draft an ordinance, give the directive to go and draft an ordinance, and come back in a couple of weeks and we can see fit to waive the second reading and get this on the road. And let's keep to our normal process how we do that. If we don't have an ordinance, I'm not sure that we may not have something. I do remember the conversation vaguely. And just trying to see exactly where we are. So I am in support of it, but we can't operate from an ordinance that was brought to us as much as our law department to look at it, vet it, and we can, in our July meeting, we can go and go for attempting to waive the second reading of that.
All right, Commissioner from the 6th, I appreciate the commentary you just shared, with the exception of with the exception of waiving the second reading.
Okay, no problem.
We don't be our standard practice, but I could not agree with you more that we need to properly vet this idea, and we need to spend more time taking a look at this. Not only this, but let us also be clear that we not only have alarms that are sent to law enforcement as it relates to burglaries, arms, etc., but typically when you have an actively monitored security system in your home, it also has an alarm that goes to fire as well. So let's be holistic in our discussions of this conversation and be thoughtful about how we engage. This in effect would be regulatory in nature around businesses that typically are small businesses in the Augusta area, many of who have been in existence for a number of years. Applaud the sheriff's department for coming and bringing this to us, but let's also take those next steps. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th. Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm a little bit confused with what we're doing. I mean, that's easy to do, so don't brag. I mean, get me confused is easy. I mean, that's not a big deal. But are we talking about the number of alarm businesses? Are we talking about responding? Now, if we didn't have the law enforcement responding to the burglar alarms, somebody got to respond to them. If they don't, then we won't have no need for the alarm. Now, a lot of time weather will affect the alarm system to make the alarm goes off. A lot of time it's sensitivity where alarm may be set too sensitive. But are we trying to regulate who got these companies? And I heard we talk about the manpower and how many hours, how many we responded to. But as a growing city, Mr. Mayor, that you talked about earlier, as we progress, as technology come on board, every house, not every house, but almost every house, except those in my district in the hood, probably got an alarm system. A lot of these professional businesses have alarm system. And the burglar knows whose system and what system, and if we didn't respond, I thought we were talking about respond time. Now we're concerned about how many it is and are they regulated. that's something maybe ought to be done. But I'm just a little bit confused. Somebody need to help me understand what we're actually talking about here, because I don't understand. If we're talking about how many times the alarm system goes off and how many times that you respond to that, then that might want to be addressed. But we're talking about regulating. That might be a whole other issue. Can somebody help me understand a little bit about what we're really talking about?
Can I respond and answer that, sir?
Yes, you may.
Okay, yeah, first of all, and I'm gonna kind of back up and I'm gonna get to your question as well, sir. We've already got an ordinance that we've already drafted. That's how serious we've taken. We've already sent it over for y'all to look at as well. And we've kind of modeled off other agencies. And currently, we are the only, pretty much only government this size that doesn't have something in place across the United States. This does not apply to fire alarms, panic alarms. This is only for the alarm that's going off. And to answer your question, sir, there at the end, that's why we want to put this into place. We want the alarm companies to train the users. Right now, they have no accountability. They call them up, they'll sell the alarm to them, say, listen, if it goes off, police are coming, and that's it. Looking at other, because we don't have any registered right now, looking at other, I guess you would, cities that have an ordinance in place, probably 25% of taxpayers only have alarms. Everybody else is paying for this service from the sheriff's office, probably 70% of them. And you're right, alarms will continue going up as we go, which means we're going to continue to go to more false alarms. What we're looking to do, we're going to still respond to alarms, but we want to put something in place that can regulate them, that to make these companies have some accountability to train the users, at least give them some type of knowledge of how the alarm system works. Because you are correct, we're going to continue. If we only seen 16,000 this year, that number is going to keep growing. And looking back to the numbers, we were at 14,000 2 years ago. So we're probably at 20,000 continue going forward. We're not saying we're not going to respond to alarms. We'll continue to respond to them, but we want to decrease that number so we can spend more time with our manpower in the areas that we need them and spend more time doing things in the community instead of running. And if I had a graph, if you look at the presentation, the amount of false alarms we run to compared to, say, a theft by taking, you can't even compare. And so we're not trying to put something on paper. We're bringing you, like the chiefs opened up with, this is the bare minimum that we're asking for. We're not asking to fine people. All we're asking is put something in place. So, because right now, currently, y'all cannot regulate them. We can't regulate them. There's nothing that stops these companies from out of town that sell to other monitoring companies in California when it costs us the manpower. So all we're asking is give us something to get started so we can at least get them registered and have them understand that they have to at least train the users. I hope I clarified that.
I think you did, but let me say this. Commissioner from the 6th talked about the ordinance that we do. You may send an ordinance over. That doesn't mean anything because we may look at that and model it or say we can use some parts of it or whatever. But this body directs our attorney to draw up an ordinance. Then we have to approve that ordinance, not the one that somebody brought over. We in support, at least I am as an elected official, to help the sheriff department. I was trying to get a clear understanding as to what we were doing. Are we going to find the companies who don't train? Or that money coming to the city where they go to the sheriff department? Are we going to penalize the people who get more than 3, even if they've been trained and they get more than 3? Will they be fined? There's a lot of ins and outs to this. That there is a problem, I get that, but that's one of those things called growing pains. You know, as you grow, you're gonna have those type of situations. When we was in old city and the county, we didn't have that, but things are changing. I get that part too. So I'm not being disagreeing. What I'm saying to you is that I just want to know, were we looking at targeting the companies, or are we looking at targeting the people who got the alarm, who may not use them? Who may not understand how to use it.
And if I can answer that, we're not looking to target anybody, sir, but it would be the alarm companies that would have to register. They would have to come like anybody else has to get a permanent license. The alarm user, it would be up for the company to educate them. And you mentioned earlier, we talked about other places, what they're doing when I looked into it, and you are correct. Most places after 3 false alarms, they put you on what's called true verification. If you don't have true verification, which says there's a camera or a third party witness of the burglary, they don't even respond. And we're not nowhere near that. All we're trying to do is just get these companies to have some type of accountability. If it's a $10 registration fee, And the money can go wherever. We're not even looking for the money. We just got to have something to work with to give some accountability back to the alarm companies, not the users, but obviously the users will have to be trained.
Again, Mr. Mayor, I think that's one of those things that we need to talk about. We need to put somebody in place to listen and see which direction we can go in. Like I said, I'm not opposed, but I just want to make sure that we were talking about the response going over there, or the company, the agency that's selling the equipment. Some are better than AT&T is probably one of our biggest companies in Augusta that's selling an alarm system. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the opportunity.
All right, thank you as well. And I think we're going to take a similar approach as we did with the previous one. All right, I'm going to recognize Attorney Brown just for a moment. Attorney Brown, unmute your device, please.
Yes, sir. Well, the last thing you said may answer what my think.
We're gonna put together a work group to look at this as well. I would urge. Yes.
I'm not aware if the deputies or the sheriffs who are present, Augusta already has an alarm ordinance.
We are not aware. We actually called down and we were told there was no alarm ordinance. We've actually been looking for 7 years for one. And like I said, we bought this.
It was one. Augusta has had alarm ordinance since 2009. That would be ordinance 7106.
And do you have it in front of you? I'm sorry, do you have it in front of you? What is the, as far as that, is there anywhere it have to be registered or restrictions, or is it just saying you have to have an alarm? What is the?
We'll provide a copy of that because I think more discussion is needed in this matter. And as we put together a working group, Lieutenant, what I would also ask you is whether or not the sheriff's agency has a burglar alarm dispatch policy. I think that's prudent if we're going to have a full-throated conversation around regulations around alarm companies, which is what you're tracking towards, then we likewise need to see a burglar alarm dispatch policy. And I've not heard any conversation about that as well.
Yes, sir. Mayor, if I can just answer you on that. We actually sat down with this, like I said, this is going back obviously before when even none of us here, but I've sat down with Mr. Dunlop several times because of the calls to the 911 center and the burden it puts on the dispatchers when these calls are coming in nonstop. They're well of what we're doing. Matter of fact, majority of the numbers I got came from Mr. Dunlop because the burden comes, but you are correct because it needs to be countywide, not just the sheriff's office. And I know y'all said earlier, we're just affected, but it's not just us. The fire department, the 911 center, us, obviously, there's other agencies that have other things in place, but it's not just the sheriff's office, but it's also that 75% probably that we have in Richmond County taxpayers that don't even have an alarm. They're footing the bill for all these other folks. So what we want to do is just put something in place that gives a little bit more responsibility and accountability back on the company, not the users. And most of these companies are out-of-town companies, not local companies.
Okay, fantastic. All right, I'm coming back to you. All right, we got to move on. This is just the second item we've dealt with today. All right, hold on. So what we want to do is very similar to what we did in the previous one. I'm going to come to the commission from the 6th and go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, what I want to say, Mr. Mayor, since the attorney has identified that we have an ordinance, why don't he send that to the sheriff's department and let them look at it and see does it fit the bill for what they're trying to get done. And if it does not, then we meet next week. Definitely set the committee up. Let's not set it up prematurely, and you may already have it in a current ordinance that you have. They're just not able to get in the system and find it. So that'd be my first recommendation. If it doesn't fit the bill, then we take action. You put that committee or whatever together by next week, or either tell the attorney what they need, and then we can see, can we move on drafting an ordinance?
I don't have a problem with that either.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Who's going to enforce it?
Well, we're not even at that point right now, Commissioner. We're just at the discovery phase of having more information. The sheriff's agency, they've worked on a draft. They were not aware that we've had an ordinance in place for 7 years. Attorney Brown, by way of Ms. Bonner, they're going to get a copy of it. They'll have a chance to look at it, do some comparative analysis between what they've presented and what we currently have on the books, and then we'll discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor, if I could real quick, if you can go back, just on an ordinance that he mentioned, what you mentioned, we just pulled up. That's actually what we sent over a couple months ago. We don't have anything actually been passed by this commission or the mayor. And that's why we're here today, if y'all can look over that, but we'll take a look at the other.
That's not
Yeah,
true.
we appreciate that, Lieutenant. And again, our posture right now is that Attorney Brown is going to follow through by way of that, and we'll reconvene and have additional conversation about it. I want to move on. At this, okay?
But the attorney said that's not true, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Mr. Brown,
Yes, sir.
is that accurate what he said?
No, sir.
Okay, well, straighten it out. You right? You the legal man.
I had my hand up, but
Okay, put your
I
stand up.
don't know if anything else can really be accomplished today, but we do ordinance. It was done in 2009. Is ordinance numbers ordinance 7106, and there are fines in that ordinance for frivolous alarms. There's a registration requirement in that, but pursuant to what the mayor had indicated, it's something that really cannot be done today, but obviously there was a lack of information before bringing this item.
All right, so let me get everybody to do this. We're trying to listen to all of the conversation and be thoughtful in saying, here's what our direction is right now. But if everybody just kind of jumps in and we're talking all over one another, you're going to miss something. And so I think the course of action that we have is real clear. And that is Attorney Brown's going to provide that information. They're going to have a discussion with the sheriff's agency and then bring back what our next steps ought to be. That's our posture right now. All right, at this juncture, we're going to receive item number 27 as information. All right.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that conversation forward. Madam Clerk, go to item number 25.
Item 25 is to present the 2019 Information Technology Annual Report and Update.
All right. Information technology written, Ms. Allen.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. In the interest of time, I will be very brief in regards to our agenda item. Each of you received a copy of the 2019 Information Technology Report, Annual Report. As you are aware, the Information Technology Department presents this report each year to detail the technology accomplishments that have been made the previous year within our government. The first 2 pages of the report consist of highlights of some of the items that were accomplished in 2009, like our customer satisfaction survey, the amount of customers we had on the website, all of those various things and our major projects. The pages following actually provide a breakdown by department to include the number of work orders and trainings that we did for each respective department. In regards to the Information Technology Strategic Plan, this plan outlines the roadmap for the technology needs of the organization for the next 3 years. It was actually approved by the governing body in February of 2019. It includes 10 critical areas. There are 75 major projects that were identified in the plan that actually support these critical areas. I am proud to announce that 18 of those projects were scheduled for 2019 and have been completed. We are making great progress in completing the 26 projects that are scheduled for the year of 2020. I would like to state that I'm very proud of what the information technology team has done and what we've accomplished in 2019. As we all know, that does not happen with one person. It happens with a great team, and I'm very proud to be a part of that team. And I would also like to thank the departments because they are also part of the team that makes this happen and makes the success of technology happen throughout our organization because of the great collaboration and partnerships that they have forged with information technology. So if there are no questions, Mr. Mayor or commissioners, I would ask that this report be received as information.
All right, I'm going to go to Administrator Sims. Administrator Sims, you have anything, sir, that you would like to add for your department?
No, I just recognize information technology for providing this presentation, as well as the departments that are staying focused on achieving the goals of the organization.
All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you, Ms. Allen, and your, all right, Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Dennis Williams. Unmute your device, sir.
Sorry about that.
No.
Move to receive this information.
Okay, we'll just receive his information. Thank you for that, for receiving his information. Again, Ms. Allen, for the great work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
All right, fantastic. Okay, Madam Clerk, we're going to go to item number.
What item was that, sir?
Number 21.
21.
Ms. Bonner, did you see my finger, Ms. Bonner?
Yes, sir, I see it.
I just want to make sure you can see it, because I had it up here when Ms. Allen was there, but I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go.
All right, so Commissioner from the 9th, let me say
No,
this.
go ahead, Mr. Man. Receive information. Go ahead. No problem.
Let me just.
I call Ms. Allen. I talk to her. I get my information later.
All right. Very good. I'm on a small screen right now, so I can't see.
I understand. I understand, but Ms. Bonner can see my finger. I know somebody see my finger up there.
Item number 21
Yes.
is discuss COVID-19 small business relief program.
Okay. All right. Commissioner from the 4th.
I didn't put this back on here.
Well, you didn't, but no, you raised it, so I'm gonna yield to you. All right. There's been ongoing conversation about this matter, based on conversations I've had with effectively all of the members of the commission. I sent out a memo effectively just trying to capture those conversations. And that's the single page document that you had sent out this morning with the addendum agenda. And we'll have some discussion about it. Otherwise, we can entertain a motion to adopt this as presented. All right, I'll entertain a motion to adopt it as presented unless there's additional discussion.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we got a motion.
I have a question.
All right, sir. Okay. All right. Commissioner from the 4th.
Thank you. When you say anything, is this the original information that we had on this, or has there been some changes in what was presented?
So if you go back to the original document, we talked about originally loans up to 15, given time and how much we have and the desire to want to include more businesses. The discussions that persisted, at least in the ones that I was a part of, as I talked to, again, almost every one of the members of the commission, is to have loans up to $5,000, and that the applications would proceed immediately upon adoption by the commission. That there will be 6 members of the committee, and that we would get a biweekly report as opposed to it coming back to this body for more discussion and or approval of those loans. So the only thing that's changed is the amount.
It remains the same as originally presented?
The only thing that has changed from what was presented by HCD is the amount of the loan.
Original committee was submitted by HCD stand. Okay.
That, sir?
So the original committee members on the on the loan application committee or approval committee, that stands as submitted by HCD.
That's different. That's different than what
And
was
then
submitted.
that's a change in it.
From the fourth, your question again is the recommending committee. It contains many of the same members, but there were changes to those members. And again, that's consistent with all of the conversations that have happened over the last 2 weeks.
I don't know if I can agree with that one.
Okay. All right. Motion and is there? We can have more discussion. Commissioner from the seat.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, and that's around the committee itself.
Okay.
On the committee, from the previous, which are you gonna look at what we're gonna take off Chris Johnson.
Hey, Will.
Commissioner, hold on for a minute. Just suspend for a moment. All right, we can get everybody else to mute, please. All right, just a moment, Commissioner. All right, go ahead, Commissioner, from the 6th.
Yes, per what you sent out this morning, Mr. Mayor. We
Yes,
take
sir.
off Margaret Woodard and put James Hefner back on the committee from First Community Bank. That's my motion to approve it and take off Margaret Woodard and put Jay Hefner back on the committee. James Hefner.
Second.
Okay. All right. We've got a substitute. I'm not sure who the second came from.
Bobby Williams.
Okay.
Commissioner Bobby Williams.
All right, very well. All right, we got a motion and a second to adopt what's presented here with the one change to James Hefner. All right, let's vote on that. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Clark,
No.
Mr. Fenoy,
Yeah.
Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
No.
Mr. Son,
Yes.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Marion Williams. Mr. Marion Williams, he's out. Oh, Mr. Williams? He's muted.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Clark, Mr. Garrett voting no, Ms. Davis and Mr. Franum out.
All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to go back to the top of our list. And I'm not sure where my Mayor Pro Tem's at today, but we're gonna move item number 15 to the next commission meeting. Okay.
Okay.
16. I'm not sure what number 16 is.
Mr. Mayor.
They want to break on their rent.
Yeah. I don't know who authored number 16.
Hold
We'll
on
go to,
just a minute. We'll,
hey, hold on a minute. Commissioner from the 9th, State Inquirer.
On item 15, I've been addressing some issues with. I've been I've been addressing issue with some abandoned property already that's on the agenda, Mr. Mayor. I thought maybe to take both of them together. Commissioner Franum is not here, but there is a great concern about the abandoned property and the stuff that's been left over. But if you're gonna bring that back, and then we can talk about it again when he get back, I guess.
Well,
Item 16, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
15.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, the mayor had asked about item 16.
all right, so we've got item 15. We've got item number 36. And
You just started calling numbers. Start that list off, whatever you call them. Start that again, please.
I'm trying to look, and I'm going to come back and bring it into focus here. Give me just a moment. Item number 15 and item number 36 are related items. And we could take them up at the same time and discuss them. I believe that's what the commissioner from the 9th is raising. So we can take them up at the same time, Madam Clerk. Item number 15 and number 36.
Okay. Item 15 is to discuss additional requirement and policies the commission can implement to hold vacant and abandoned lot owners more accountable for the upkeep of their property. Item number 36 will be to update the commission from Environmental Services Department regarding process for vacant lot grass cutting. That was requested by Commissioner Bill Finger.
All right. In the absence of Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to go to the commissioner from talk about item number 36 and the commissioner from the 9th discussions around. All right. Everyone else, if you mute your devices, that would be very helpful. We've gone from swimming to squirming to squishing with the background noise. All right, Commissioner from the first.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, certainly.
Okay. The reason I put this item on the agenda is that the policy that we have for cutting vacant lots just doesn't work. We have people that their grass is 4, 5, 6 feet tall, and it looks like it's the same lots year after year after year. And it just creates a nuisance for the people that live in that area, and the lots haven't been cut. A good example is that if you ride through Marion Homes, you will find 75% of the vacant lots have not been cut, and you will find the grass at least 4, 5 feet tall. I would like to see the policy change so that if we cut your grass 2, 3 times this year, then we don't have to wait until somebody called and reported next year. There's a lady, Miss Leverett, that lives on 12th Street. The lot is, there's a lot between her house and the church lot, and she has to call all the time about getting that lot cut, and it's just not working.
Okay.
And I think Jeff, if Jeff, I sent Jeff some pictures
of what the lots, some of the lots look like. And most of these lots are located in District 1 and District 2.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir. I do have video that Mr. Fenoy sent us.
All right, Jeff, if you'll go ahead and prepare that to be shared on the screens. Everybody will be looking at that. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, we can
Jeff, if you'll go ahead and prepare that to be shared on the screens. Everybody will be looking at that. All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the 9th.
That's Cedar Springs.
Mr. Mayor, we can
Jeff, if you'll go ahead and prepare that to be shared on the screens. Everybody will be. All right, everybody suspend for a moment. Let's do this. Before you share that, Jeff, just pause for a moment, please, sir. All right, let's just have some more discussion. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, I want to add item 18 along with this conversation. Is all around the same thing, unless we got to talk about it later on. I want to go ahead and give my input, because what Commissioner Fenoy is saying is right. We are not, something's not working. We are spending money. We got more grass cutters on the street now than I ever seen, more people blowing grass, but we're still not getting into place. We're spending money, but it's not getting into place. Something is not working. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is look at our program again and revamp it. Perry Avenue is where I asked license inspection to go in to take pictures. They did take some pictures, but only after they had went in, and not they, but some other engineering went in and did some construction work and some cut down some overgrown vegetation. One house on the corner of Perry Avenue and 11th Street is completely covered with kudzu grass all over the house.
Okay.
If someone, wait now, the trees that's on the walkway, you can't even walk down the street. They got so much junk in the front yards that you can't even see the house. There are two families who's trying their best to maintain their property, keep things going, who are just at a disarray. Drug dealers are sitting in the front yard, Mr. Mayor. I rode by there. I talked to them when they're sitting in the front yard waiting on people to come by and buy drugs from them. Now, I am really fed up with this now. This don't make good sense. We ought to at least be able to keep it clean. We hadn't been able to do that. So our program is not working. We need to do something else. Now, if you're going to put a committee together, this one that don't need to be a committee, we just need to make a decision as elected body to change the situation.
Okay, Commissioner, I appreciate that. I got a series of hands. And again, we're here to do the business of the people. I want to speed up the clock on this. Let me say this right here. We've been talking about this conversation. And Commissioner from the 9th, here a little longer than I have, not much, but a little longer than I have. But in the 6 years that I've been here, we've got one group after another group to talk about this. At the end of the day, it's enforcement that now couples the Marshal's Department along with code enforcement as well, working in partnership and in tandem. We can talk about cutting grass, lots, vacant properties, abandoned properties, but we've got to spend time devoting resources, that's both capital resources and people, to this. And so we've got 15, 36, and now you're including item 18 in that discussion, which is the Perry Avenue between 11th Street over here, right in the heart of districts 1 and 2. And so, you know, absent having another 20 minutes worth of conversation, let's do this. I think necessary, Commissioner from the first pictures. We've all seen it. Where it's at, we've seen it. We've seen the videos. We know where it's at. At the end of the day, it's another one of those examples of where the commission has to be involved in doing the good work to move our city forward. And so got the commissioner from the 2nd, from the 10th, and from the 8th, who all want to speak on this matter. But at the end of the day, comprehensively, we know where these areas are. This body just needs to make a decision and have the administrator direct staff to go and commit time and resources to get in these areas, you know, and then where there's personal responsibility, that needs to happen. If people are living at the residence, it is not our job to cut their grass. It is not the city's responsibility to cut their grass where there is private residences to cut grass. So I'm gonna pause. See your hand back up, Commissioner from the 9th. Just pause. I'm going to the Commissioner from the 2nd. All right, Commissioner from the 2nd. I'm gonna limit comments to 2 minutes.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna be real quick with mine. One of the problems I see that we have regarding cutting these lots and stuff is that a lot of times you have the same lot that needs cutting several times over a few years. And environmental management starts all over with the process. If it's not a city lot, it starts all over with the process of trying to get it cut, which takes a lot of time. If I've had to go to environmental management and have a lot cut once, why do I need to go through this whole rigmarole getting checked again in 6 or 8 months, you know? So that's something we really have. Then we have to look at our quality of workers that we have out there cutting the lots. Most places you have a good job, but a lot of places you have these folks and all they have is a weed whacker, and they're out there and trying to cut a lot and really don't do a very good job. So I agree with everyone that we really need to look at the process that used, and we as commissioners, we're gonna have to stop when we get calls from our constituents about, I need this lot cut, I need that cut. We try to go ahead and accommodate the people, which also throws the system out of whack a little bit. So we have to be a little conscious on that. And while we're looking at the lots and the grass cutting, we need to be aware of the snakes out. We have a bad year this year with snakes, and I've gotten several reports in a lot of areas where people have ran across snakes and rats because a lot of the building that's been going on in the city, they don't have nowhere to live, so they start running around. But we do really need to come up with a different program in addressing this.
Commissioner from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, something that I've noticed for years, and when you go down to District 1, District 2, some areas of District 6, I have to agree, you see the same lots and the same blight and everything. It never seems to get better. But a thing that I've always run across is, well, we can't find the owner. We can't find the owner. But what strikes me as really strange is we can't find the owner, but the real estate company that has a for sale sign in the middle of that overgrown blighted lot seems to be able to find the owner. So I think if the real estate companies are going to take on the job of selling the property, then maybe they ought to be able to take on the job of maintaining the cutting of that property to the sale. There's just a lot of things that I think that we can do if us as a commission would not be territorial and be as one to try to get some of these things taken care of. But it's like the commissioner from the second says, we get constituents that call us and we try to please them. It throws the whole thing out of whack. So, you know, I think that we should maybe look into adding a fee on to the real estate brokers to keep the thing. I don't know.
Yeah. All of that's good stuff. Commissioner from the 8th. We're going to close this conversation now.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for the administrator, if that's okay.
Certainly.
Thanks, sir. How many different departments oversee vacant lot maintenance?
We have 2 departments, but we also work with the marshal's office. The departments that are involved with the vacant lots are environmental services and the planning and zoning department,
Right.
as well as coordination with the marshal's office.
Sure. You know, anytime I get phone calls like the rest of us do about vacant lots and about maintenance issues, you know, it's always one of those things of, well, I don't handle that part. I only handle the grass cutting, or so-and-so handles the dilapidated buildings part of it. I think the biggest problem that we need to look at it as a commission and going forward is to consolidate all of this vacant lot maintenance just to a single area where we have a direct contact. But we also need to put more emphasis on, you know, on the landowners, you know, whether it's putting a levy on their tax bills for what it's, you know, what we incur while we're maintaining their property. You know, I hear it all the time. Augusta doesn't even maintain our own property well. Why are we even get involved in maintaining the other vacant lots out there? So that's just my comments on this. I think that we have entirely too many departments trying to do the same job, and too many people being too territorial over which aspect of the vacant lot they cover. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, may I have 2 comments?
Okay, just if you don't mind, just raise your hand. I'm gonna come to you, sir. All right. All right, I'm going. I'm going to go in this order. I've got notes written down here. I see your hand, Commissioner, from the 9th. I'm going to go to the Commissioner from the 5th, and somewhere between the 5th and closing out with the Commissioner from the 1st with a comment. I'd like to have a motion. All right, Commissioner from the 5th.
Well, Mayor, I think a couple of things. Going back to 15, making sure that people take responsibility for their lots. I think we need to look at what Savannah and Macon are doing with the blight tax, as well as the vacancy tax, where if people don't keep up their yards or what have you, or it's get blighted and they don't clear it up, they add monies onto their taxes, about 3 times whatever their regular tax is, as well as a vacancy tax, something like what's going on over at the Regency Mall, do a vacancy tax, which would they're doing as much as 3 to 7 times whatever their taxes are. And also, when I was a young man in Augusta, Georgia, I worked during the summer program. The city had a summer program where we would go out and cut grass and cut down things and what have you. And I think we need to explore bringing back a summer program and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and give the young folks something to do, as well as give them a little money in the city, get some grass and some other things done. So I think looking at blight tax, what Savannah and Macon do, and then looking at a job summer program, and also looking at the 14-day requirement, something that Commissioner from District 1 kind of mentioned. You know, you the same yard you had to cut the year before, the year before, the year before, and every time you look up, you need you need to wait 14 days, and then you have to call it back in. You got to wait 14 days. So we need to look at those requirements also. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner from the 5th. Much of what we've done is talked about what we can, should, might, and possibly do. Are you making that in the form of a motion that we task staff with drafting a blight tax? There's a model ordinance that has been provided and has been talked about on multiple occasions by this body, BMA and ACCG.
I think, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I think that's something that's needed. I don't know if we want to, go ahead and have some people come in from Macon, Savannah, explain it to the commissioners how it works, or we want to go ahead and vote on something today and just go ahead and have them to put it together. But I'll make that in the form of motion, and we can vote it up or down, that we create some type of blight tax here in Augusta, Georgia. So that's a motion.
I second that, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Our final comments, Commissioner from the 9th and then the 1st. All right, 1 minute each.
Man, I ain't did nothing in 1 minute, but I'm gonna try it for you. But I'm gonna tell you this: if this discussion ain't finished, I'm gonna tell the clerk put it back on the agenda, because this is too serious to just talk about it, and that's all we do. But let me say this: number 19 was talked about abandoning the Augusta Land Bank, and the reason I put on as a
hold on, Commissioner. That's not germane right now. Let's
all this germane, because I put on there because the land bank owned property.
We'll talk about 19 when we get there. That's coming up here.
All right. Well, there's too many properties that people that inside. We need to fire some folks for not doing their job. The first thing, that's my opinion. Folks who are riding around here in trucks won't even take pictures, won't even report any of this stuff. They riding up and down the street, and we got the same doggone problem we've been having for 40 years. The grass grew up, and we cut it. Then we grow up again, and we'll cut it. We're not getting any place with that. Something needs to happen.
The time is
okay, well, Ms. Bonham put it back on the agenda.
The time is expired. All right.
Yeah, my time expired.
All right, Commissioner from the 1st.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna try to say this real quick. I think what disappoints me more than anything else is you may get a call on 1555 joining the street about the grass. They'll go by there, they'll take a look at it, and a month later, they'll cut it. But right next to 1555 is 1557, 1559, 1561, and all of them are in worse shape as 1555. But because those were not listed, when they come by, they don't put them on to be cut. I think the best way to solve this is to put $15 million in Block 8 to tear down all of the abandoned houses in Richmond County, cut all the vacant lots, and whatever funds you have left over, use to encourage development of those properties.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk.
Commissioner, you haven't been recognized yet. We've got a motion.
I need to talk to my clerk.
Got a motion.
I put this on the agenda to talk about, and I even added some to it. So we had to go by step, but you want to do it that way? I want it back on the agenda.
Hold on.
Back on the agenda.
We got a motion and a second that you just seconded about implementing a blight tax and the other portion. Madam Clerk, can you restate the motion that was presented?
The motion was to task staff with exploring a blight vacancy tax for implementation for consideration by the Augusta Commission.
Okay. And we got a second for that. All right. All right, we're going to vote on that, Madam Clerk.
Okay, Mr. Clark?
No.
Ms. Davis? Mr. Fenoy?
Yes.
Mr. Franklin's out. Mr. Garrett?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Son?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams?
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark voting no, Ms. Davis and Mr. Franham out.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, that disposes of items 15, 18, and 36. All right. Item number 16, item 16, going to Administrator Sims to speak to that, and we can move quickly through that. Administrator Sims.
Mayor, could you said 16?
Number 16, rent relief, Old Town Pickers.
Mayor, I'm going to have Maurice McDowell, who is actually serving as the interim Recreation and Parks Director now, talk about this item.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. McDowell.
Mayor, I'm
All right, he's in here. I think he's in here.
McDowell, who is actually serving as the interim Recreation and Parks Director now, talk about this item.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. McDowell.
Okay, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, good afternoon. Real quick, this was a request by Old Town Pickers. And basically their request was for some rental relief.
Mr. McDowell, you need to stop your YouTube video stream that you have going.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Much better.
Okay. But yes, so this is the Old Town Pickers is the outfit that manage our marina. And they came to this Parks and Recreation Department, who oversees that contract, asking for some rental relief based on COVID-19 and the shelter in place that was implemented. They had to close their facility down for like a month and a half, 2 months. And they came seeking some relief, half of the rental for the month of April and half of the rental for the month of May, which total $4,650. After speaking with staff on it, we said that was a nominal ask and request. And so we're asking commissioners to approve that today.
All right, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, got a motion and a second. All right, so organized Commissioner from the first. Commissioner from the first, state your inquiry.
Commissioner Benoit, unmute your mic, please.
All right, I'm going to the commissioner from the second. Commissioner from the second.
Yes, with approving this item, would this eliminate Old Town Pickers for getting a small business grant? Should I reword that?
No, I think we all understood what your question was.
Right. From having a series of conversation with them, I don't anticipate them asking for that relief. Our understanding and having those communications with them, or they were just asking for this relief based on our rental agreement that we have with them. So not saying that they couldn't, but my understanding is this is the request and this is the relief that we're asking for.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the first, go ahead.
Do we have any other businesses that are renting from the city that's being affected by COVID-19?
I guess the short answer will be yes, but we haven't fielded any other requests that mirrors or that's germane to this request here. We haven't, of course, I would say the only one that probably mirrors this is Cypress Golf Group out at the Augusta Patch. But again, that's not any type of rental agreement that we have with them. They manage the course, but they don't pay us rental fees. So this is the only contract that's currently that we have like this that are asking for this type or this level of relief.
Well, I would like to make a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor, that we, and the substitute motion is that we grant this relief to the pickers, but they won't qualify for the $5,000 loan from the city.
I second it.
I thought I did.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
All right, we've got a substitute motion with a second. Madam Clerk.
I have a question, sir.
All right, Commissioner from the fourth.
Thank you. All due respect to my colleagues in the motion and the second, I believe that might be a bit dangerous. If they apply for a small business loan, the relief program, they would have to they will have to identify that this action that was taken today. So to say they are eliminated because of that, the action taken today by a vote of the commission might be a bit dangerous. But that is something that will have to be put in that application. So I would just say cautious on that. And I find it, in my view, a bit problematic to do that.
Thank you, sir. All right. Is there appetite to withdraw your substitute motion?
I'd like to get an opinion from our attorney. If the attorney say we shouldn't do it, I won't do it.
What if the mayor said you shouldn't do it? This is a one-time relief, and the small process is a loan. It is a loan that they would have to pay back. Two separate issues here.
Well, since it's you, Mr. Mayor, and you went to Georgia Tech Law School, I'll go.
Yeah, I think if we add that to our curriculum at Georgia Tech, just like they added engineering to UGA, be even more outstanding. All right, Commissioner from the 6. All right, 1 minute.
Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of confused, and I'm going to let Commissioner Williams, don't take much. The monies that we were doing, the $5,000, I thought these were grants. You're saying loans now.
Forgivable loans.
Okay.
I didn't go to Georgia Tech, but they forgivable loans.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I mean, this is the hard answer on that one. That's what got me kind of okay. And what did the attorney say? What did he just removed this motion, withdrew his motion? No, don't fall.
Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to vote on the main motion.
On the substitute? Or did he withdraw that?
He did.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. The motion is to approve the request for rent relief. Item number 16, Mr. Clark.
Yeah.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
No.
Okay, Mr. Garrett is no. Mr. Franum is out. Ms. Davis is out. Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Sayas.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams. Mr. Marion Williams, is he? Oh, he's muted, sir.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no, Ms. Davis and Mr. Franum out.
Okay, babe.
Mr. May.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, yes, sir.
Item number 31.
Number 31?
Yes.
Okay. Item 31 is to approve entering into a memorandum of understanding with the local nonprofit organization, Greater Augusta Arts Council, to create opportunities for Augusta citizens' participation in activities that are designed to reduce pollutants in local waterways. That's engineering services.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
I got motion and a second to approve.
Yes, sir.
Voting.
Mr. Clark.
No.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Franum out. Mr. Garrett.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Son.
Yes.
Mr. Sayas.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark and Mr. Marion Williams voting no, Ms. Davis and Mr. Franum out.
All right, item number 32.
Item 32 is a request by Dixon Airline Recycling and Disposal for a letter of consistency to operate a construction and demolition landfill.
From the 8th.
Yes, sir. Thank you. We've talked about this issue before. Never made a decision one way or another. I make a motion that we approve the letter of consistency for Dixon Airline Recycling and Disposal.
Here's the trick. Margaret Woodard comes off.
Hold on a minute.
Mr. Clark. Yeah.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, everybody suspended.
Margaret Woodard comes off.
Commissioner Sias.
Yeah.
We appreciate you having.
We can hear your scheming.
Sidebar meeting.
I was addressing an issue that was voted on.
Yeah, but you should mute your device to do that, please, sir.
Everybody business ain't nobody business.
Nisha didn't hear me say anything wrong, illegal, or improper.
We don't know that.
Okay.
All these attorneys, give me a break.
All right, you ready, Mr. Mayor?
Probably not. We got everybody just kind of talking. I'm gonna recognize from the second.
Yes, sir. Regarding item number 2, have these people fulfilled all their requirements in order to get a letter?
I'm not able to answer that question. I'm not the environmental services engineer.
Can we go ahead and put it on our next
I'm gonna
agenda?
get Director Mihal on. I think he's here, ready for the meeting, I believe. All right. Mihal. Director Mihal.
Yes.
You have a question. You have a question from the commissioner from the second.
Well, we've visited this before. As far as I'm concerned, they've presented their application. It was presented about a month ago to the commission that we did find some areas of inconsistency. I believe there was 3 specific areas of inconsistency that was found by Geosyntec, which was a consulting firm that we hired for this. So I would have to, just from what the findings were of that report, that's what I would have to respond with. That I would have to respond in the negative on that.
Okay, so therefore they haven't met all the requirements to get the letter.
I would say there was 3 specific
4
issues, which was found that they were inconsistent with the current solid waste management plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. We've got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, I want to go ahead and vote on this matter, and we'll vote it up or down.
No, Mr. Man, you see my hand up now. I'm not gonna do this no more. I'm not. The director wasn't direct with us. I'm not gonna sit here and act like we don't know what's happening. He was asked a question: did they meet the guidelines or not? He did not answer. He talked about it. He didn't answer yes or no. Did they meet the guidelines? What I want to know from the director of engineering of that department.
All right, Madam Clerk, we're going to vote on this matter. The director, he just answered that question. He was very specific and said what was not met. All right, I'm gonna vote on
He
this.
was
now.
not very specific, Mr. Mayor. The man, he said it was 4 things that didn't bring. Yeah, hey, go ahead and vote on it. I don't really give a ham sandwich you vote on or not. That's irrelevant. But we gonna set up a lawsuit for this city if we end up giving that letter. Now that's not right. And then the man was asked a question. He did not answer the question.
Commissioner, you'll get a chance to make that determination here in just a minute on whether they're gonna get a letter or not by your vote. Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
She said you're supposed to call her.
she's on the phone.
I'm in, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Are you voting? We're voting on
Yes, ma'am.
item 32, letter of consistency.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Fenoy,
No.
Mr. Franum,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams. Mr. Bobby Williams, he's out.
I say yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. Mr. Dennis Williams,
No.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
That motion fails 5-4-1.
Fantastic. We'll move on. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to go to items 38 and 39. 38 first.
Item,
38.
okay. Item 38 is update on recruitment process for the Director of Augusta Recreation.
Commissioner from the 9th.
I need to know from update where we are with the recruitment for the Department Recreation Park. We supposed to have someone by now. I like the administrator, whoever is gonna handle this, to tell me where we are and why where we are.
All right, Administrator Sims.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Sims, your mic is muted. Sims, your mic muted. Unmute your mic.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. Commissioner, I'll be happy to answer your question. We have been receiving applications since January for the Recreation and Parks Director position. As we all know, the 16th of March, when the mayor declared the emergency declaration of hiring new personnel was suspended due to COVID-19, and we held off then. We were still receiving applications. We have received 162 applications for the Recreation and Parks Director position. 29 of those applicants met our minimum qualification. Out of the 29 applicants, we scheduled 13 interviews for those candidates. 3 candidates withdrew. We had our first round of interviews last week, June 10th, 11th, and 12th. We've narrowed it down to 4 candidates. We had a follow-up conversation with Ms. Bonner as far as scheduling the second phase of interviews, and that date is scheduled for June 29th. That's where we are as far as the Recreation and Parks Director position.
Mr. Administrator, you told me and told this body that you had over 50 applications, and I asked you by the next meeting, which was 2 meetings ago, to bring us back someone by that time. We know the epidemic hit and all that other stuff, but you had over 50. I said, well, we ought to have somebody by the end of the period, and that was 2 meetings ago, not 2 weeks, but 2 meetings ago. You're supposed to brought us back somebody then. Now you're saying you just gotten down to 4 people. We should have had a director by now. What? I asked you what the holdup was. The holdup was, yes, sir.
Mr. Williams. Commissioner Williams. All right, I want you to stop right there.
I done stopped, but I need my question. I need my question answered, Mr. Mayor. I'm
Yeah,
talking to the director. I'm asking him direct question. If Ms. Bonner, if I'm out of place, if this is not what he told us, then straighten me out because you got to verbatim minutes. This is what he told us then.
All right,
And
so
we
let's hold
still
on.
yet had not got a director.
All right, let's hold on a minute. Now, you of all people know the process. And the process is the administrator will identify a series of candidates that you and the rest of this body will then decide on. And what he just said is on June the 29th, those 4 finalists, just as this has been done for as long as you've been a commissioner, those 4 finalists are going to be presented to the commission for this body to interview and then to choose a recreation and parks director. The administrator doesn't unilaterally decide who that is.
I didn't ask him to decide who that was. This was supposed to happen, Mr. Mayor. This was supposed to happen almost a month and a half before right after the COVID-19 hit. We supposed to have some information. I asked him, Ms. Bonner, would you get those minutes, please, for me? That I asked the administrator to bring that information back to go ahead and move forward. Now I'm hearing some delay. I want to know why. I want to know why the delay is now. We've been procrastinating all this time. People make too much money to be procrastinating like they're doing with everything else. Procrastination. Ms. Bonner, get those minutes for me, please. Because I don't want to misspeak on him or anybody else. But that's not true what he's saying.
All right, Administrator.
Mayor, if I may, yes, if I may speak, Commissioner, with the emergency declaration that you all approved, we just actually brought our employees back, the operation back on May 18th. So I do think with May 18th, having employees back in the workplace, and today is the 16th, I think we've worked rather quickly to have some candidates before you all during a pandemic that we're experiencing now, sir.
Mr. Jarvis, when we talked about this before, you said you had over 50 applications.
I said we had over 100 applicants to be exact.
Over 100 applications. And I asked you then, because we are in need of somebody, I said the epidemic didn't stop us then. We still get applications coming in. I said by our next meeting, you ought to have somebody to narrow it down to at least down to the 10. Now you just getting there. So I'm not going to use the epidemic to stop my job. There's people still working from home. You ain't been sitting there twiddling your thumb. The computers, the internet, everything is still working. And we have not gotten what we're supposed to have gotten. The same process we supposed to be doing for the administrator was the same process, not the same process, but a similar process for the rec director. And as bad as rec is being and the situation is in now, we need a director right away. And I'm disappointed that we have not gotten something before now. Any excuse to do to bury the dead. They can't hear you.
Yeah,
All
we're
right.
ready to move on.
We've got an update. I think there's a clear path forward.
Item 39, sir, you want it?
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
as much as I hate to do this, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. Everybody. Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to come back.
Okay. Back in the land of Oz.
You are a brave soul, Mayor.
Are we going to 39? You had called that one with 38. Are we ready for that update?
We're ready to go. Well,
Okay. Update item number 39 from staff on SPLOS 8.
all right, Administrator Sims.
Mayor and Commissioners, we have provided a timeline for a proposed election date for SPLOS 8 of March 16, 2001. We also, actually I have Tim Schreier here to talk, but we also just wanted to have some things for consideration if that is the date that you all decide to go forward with the 16th. We do know during this time, we will also have our budget season going on if the date remains March 16th. We also know this will be the first time that we'll have the Masters in November, as well as the potential threat of the return of COVID-19. So with that being said, we want to present to you all also a alternative date if the commission decide of a November 21 date as a possible election date for SPLOS. But we do have both dates, the timelines before you all. I've emailed Ms. Bonner so you all can see the different timelines for both dates, a March 21 date or a November 21 date for SPLOS.
Thank you, Administrator Sims, and that information is readily available to us, showing a timeline in terms of preparation. And what's noted on the handout that you gave is the March 16, 2021 election time. And those dates track towards September 15, October 9, October 20, and I think that's where you're talking about it runs concurrent with our current budget cycle. Is that not true?
That is true.
Okay. All right. And so if you then pivot to a November 1
of next year,
those dates. All right, I only see one handout that takes us through March 2021. But if you go, okay, if you go to November 21, everything effectively slides forward with the expectation that in June of next year, we would have a list that's ready for the public. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. All right, very well. Commissioner from the 9th, you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the SPLOS for next year, you're talking about, where are we with the list of stuff that we're gonna build on that though?
Okay, right now, Commissioner, what the conversation has been is, instead of us having this on the November 2020 ballot, the date is moved to March of 2021. And for that, we wouldn't begin working on those lists in terms of workshops and opening meetings to the public until October. So the calendar that you see takes us to the point in time of convening with Edwin Blythe in September. And then we mail the notice of governmental agencies. And then going on until March 15 of 2021, there's the commission workshops, presentations, and discussions, and the SPLOS project list. All of that would happen in that October timeframe, taking us through November of this year.
Okay, that helps me. That helps me a little bit. I just thought we and this body, myself, won't be there for that 2021. But I thought we would have some ideas about some things we want to put together for the SPLOST. The people are been supportive. Without our SPLOST, we'll be in bad shape, and we know that. But we'll be putting some on the agenda that's going to attract people, that's going to be able to enhance people to support the SPLOST. A lot of people are very disappointed in what we've been doing and what we have done. Now, you said earlier, I've been here a few years longer than you have, but I can't tell you nothing we've done to increase the revenue. We did a lot of infrastructure and it was needed, but I'm talking about stuff that's going to excite the people or get the people to understand that we are thriving and we're moving. We don't have that dialogue. Now, in the chambers or offline, we hadn't talked about nothing that other cities are doing that we can do. We don't have to go across the world. Just look what other cities are doing. Whatever is working for your neighbor will work for us. But we hadn't done that. So hopefully the next group of commissioners will be mindful enough to discuss, even agree or disagree about projects that we can be doing with our SPLOST money. Because if it wasn't for that, I mean, we'll be in bad shape. That's why I wanted to bring it up.
Okay, very well. Thank you, sir. All right, Administrator Sims, thank you for that update.
Mr. Mayor, put my hand up.
Okay, all right, let me slide the screen over. Commissioner from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd first like to ask exactly when does the current SPLOST expire?
I think Tim Schreier is here.
He's here. Tim?
Give the exact date.
Tim, you just muted yourself.
Oh, there I am. Based on current projections, I'm looking at the first quarter of 2022.
First quarter.
Previous to the COVID, I was looking at the fourth quarter of 2021, but March and April, I'm assuming May is going to push us back to 2022.
Okay, well, Mr. Mayor, the reason I asked that question because what I'm also hearing in the administrator's opening commentary, it seems as though that they would be more comfortable if we take this on in November as opposed to March. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Schrader, am I misunderstanding that? And if there's a rationale for that?
Because I didn't hear that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm asking, did I misunderstand that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Son, well, we just wanted to bring that up for consideration if that's the will of the commission. We do want you all to know that we will be having those things going on during this time, this fall season, and it's important to know.
Why did you bring up November then?
Because that could be an optional date for the commission to consider if that's the will of the commission.
Tim, from a historical perspective, is there any preference for you, or are you satisfied with March? And I know it's a commission decision. I'm just trying to make sure we get the best date. We have no time. We don't have a margin for error at this point. Nope.
I'm sorry, a train was going by. I didn't hear your question.
Okay. I was asking, do we have anything going on in March of next year from a financial perspective, as opposed from a historical perspective? Does November, I know November's prime time, so you can't get around that. Have we ever done a SPLOST in March?
We have in the past. I think the November election would be a better choice because you get it out of the budget cycle. Because from now until the end of October, we'll need to be reviewing the list and having discussions with y'all about what's going on the list. Our concerns would be budget, obviously, how the impact of the proposed masters, and then also what's going to happen if COVID were to come back in the fall. Feeling that if we move it back to November with a good list, it has a better chance of passing. Now, if you do go to November, we probably want to open up the list again to get revised projects. But that's just my thought, and get some updated information on that. If you go with March, I wouldn't open up the list again. I'd just go with what we have.
Mr. Miller, I know we've already adopted pretty much. I mean, you put it on the list and we adopted it. But as we can see, if I understood it correctly, from the expiration date per se of this current SPOS in the first quarter of 22, that leaves us what, about a year. So I mean, I would trust. I would feel comfortable to try November and not March. You know, I like to put that in the form of a motion to see what my colleagues think, Mr. Mayor. I know it's, you know, that's what I like to see.
I second that. Question, Mr. Mayor. Tim Schrader.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
Tim, are you recognizing me, Mr. Mayor?
I have.
Okay, well, you looked up in the ceiling. You looked up in the ceiling. I couldn't tell where you know, I don't know where you. Tim, my question is that we can do SPLOST in two ways. We can do the SPLOST with a dollar figure or a timeline, right?
Correct.
If you do it in a dollar
Historically,
figure,
we have.
Go ahead, Tim.
Historically, we have done it with a dollar figure. That way we don't run into a situation just like COVID. All of a sudden, we have it for 5 years and you lose 6 months of good collections. You're stuck with that amount which you collect. If we do it for a dollar amount, then it's just, you have that SPLOST until we finish collections.
So we can choose to do it as a dollar figure, or we can do it as a timeline and where we collect in that time period. But like you say,
Correct.
when something happens, then that may be a risk for us to take as well. But a lot of times,
from SPLOST 5 to 5, 6, and 7, we've done those as a dollar amount.
have we ever done it on a timeline, time figure?
Prior to consolidation, I believe you did.
Okay, I'm just asking those questions because I remember those entities that have done on a timeline, and if you say you raise $100,000 using for a number, and you might raise 200,000, but if you go to a dollar figure, when you get to that figure, then that's when the SPLOST ends. But that's just information. That's all, Tim. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. All right, let's make sure I don't have any other hands out there. Okay, I don't see any other hands. All right. Madam Clerk, I think there was a motion to change the date to November instead of March. And there's a motion and a second. I will say that I'm opposed to it. I think we've got momentum to move this forward, and we'll have that even in March of next year. But again, we'll see how this vote goes. We moved it. We moved it from November this year because of the T-SPLOST elections being moved from March to May to then June. That was the premise behind why we moved it. We didn't want them running concurrent with one another. So, at any rate, proceed, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Clark.
Could you restate the motion, please?
Yes, SPLOST 8, November 2021 election date.
No.
Ms. Davis out. Mr. Fenoy. He's not here. Okay. Mr. Franum.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
Mr. Franum. Okay, Mr. Fenoy, you said yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Franum.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Garrett.
Negative.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Sayers. Mr. Sayers.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion fails 5-4 with Mr. Clark, Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Dennis Williams voting no. Ms. Davis out.
Yeah, may I have a follow-up question?
Or you reckon?
Mr. Schrader.
Yes, sir.
Given the theory and science behind things like Splash and these kind of things, don't they historically do better on a special election when they are by themselves?
If any election we have in 2021 is going to be a standalone election, there are no, in March, there's nothing on the ballot. In November, I believe there's local elections for Hepzibah and Blythe. So it will be a special election with a standalone election. Since I've been here, if we've had a good list, it's passed overwhelmingly. It's when we have a bad list, then we run into problems. But as long as we have a good list, I think it can be approved. It'll be approved. We just have to inform the voters.
You worked your way around my question, but my question was,
I'm sorry.
Don't these type of things do better in a special election where they stand alone?
He said, yeah.
Oh, he did. He gave me a long saying and done. I already know the answer, but he gave me a song and dance.
All right, well,
we don't have an option of a special election.
He gave you the song and the mayor gonna go to the next item.
All right, thank you. And they do better when they stand by themselves. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Lord have mercy. Item number 30, financial report for the year end.
Okay. Present final reports for year end December 31, 2019 and 3-month period ended March 31st, 2020.
All right. I believe we've got 10 here on the. All right. And if you can give us the abbreviated version, that would be helpful. I think this information is in the notebooks.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Williams, can you suspend, please?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna ask everyone to mute your device. Please. We're vacuuming, we're sanding, we're working. Please. All right, Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon. Included in your package was the normal grouping of reports, both for the preliminary year end of 2019 and also for the first quarter of 2020 with some information about an April update after the end of the first quarter. Normally you would have gotten this in probably late March or the 1st of April, but as we're all painfully aware that 2020 hasn't been normal by any stretch of the imagination. So I'm not going to go through all those packages. As I said, it contains all the normal information that you usually get from us in that level of detail. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have, but what we have also included is a 2-page summary, the Cliff Notes, if you will, of those 2 packets of reports. And I just want to hit, if I may, 1 or 2 of the high points on each grouping of those reports.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, first, we're gonna give you the good news, and the good news pertains to 2019, and we need to kind of hold on to this good news because we're not 100% sure when we're going to get a whole lot of more good news. But the general fund and the law enforcement funds combined ended 2019, a little over $3.5 million added to our fund balance. And as you may remember, about $500,000 of that was a planned increase. We actually budgeted to try to increase our fund balance to build up our reserves. Additionally, we got the next to the last check from the ice storm of 2014, which was another $1.5 million. The rest of the differences, our sales tax was up considerably and came in above budget. So that brings us to 85 days worth of operating reserve in our fund balance, which is just a few days short of our real target, which is 90 that we have been continuing to aim for. Another good note, the Fire Protection Fund added $2.6 million to its reserves. Now, there is some part of that money, a little over $200,000, that were from capital projects that did not get, were not paid for in 2019 that will carry over to 2020. Additionally, the insurance premium tax, which comes from the state of Georgia, came in ahead of the budget, $800,000. Now, that is distributed by means of a state formula based on population. And that distribution will be adjusted in 2022. And traditionally, when there is an adjustment date, for several years, our collections go down. But for last year, it was a good year for us. Stormwater program also had their revenues come in ahead of expenditures by a little under $1 million. And I said it was good news, but then we have to talk about streetlights for just a minute. So our streetlight deficit increased a little over $700,000, and it's now $2.3 million. So that pretty much sums up 2019. We're working through our audit process, which has been delayed, as has everything else. The state gave automatic extensions. Our deadline, which would have normally been June the 30th, has now been extended with all other folks that had a June 30 deadline out to September. So we will be coming back to, our auditors will be coming back to you with the final audited results from 2019. July, August, but at the latest it will be September, because we will get completed by our state mandated deadline. So that is 2019. So if we move into the first quarter of 2020, we give our normal disclosure that our revenues for the first quarter traditionally aren't a real good indicator of where we're going for the rest of the year, because a lot of our revenue comes in for the third quarter. But then we had the pandemic, and everything, as we all know, has changed, and the financial impact on every organization is different. Fortunately for Augusta, our calendar year end is 12/31. That gives us a lot more recovery time, what we hope. You repeatedly hear of the state and them implementing drastic reductions. Well, unfortunately for the state, their fiscal year end is June the 30th. And because their tax collections were delayed from April until July, that moved them, that revenue source, out of one fiscal year and into another. So we don't have that problem. We have seen a shortage in our sales tax, and it is, the charts are in your package, but it is really difficult to try to figure out how much of an impact was strictly due to the virus. We, of course, always look at April. Our sales tax collections in April jump anywhere from 600,000 to almost $1 million in that 1 month, just because of the master's impact. So if you back that back out and try to gauge where we are, where we would have been in a normal time frame, our total difference from January to April from this year versus last year is a little over $2 million. So if you assume that 900,000 or $1 million of that is strictly related to the masters not happening in April, we're still down a little over $1 million. So that's not to put anybody into a panic mode. That is information that we need to be cognizant of, that our revenue stream has slowed, and that shouldn't surprise anybody. What we do hope is that it begins to recover. And included in the summary is some additional information. We've spent about $2 million on PP&E and the hazardous pay that went out. Now, we will be filing with FEMA for the cost related to the PP&E, which is an eligible reimbursable expense. Now, that money will not come back this year, but it is an eligible expense that we do plan to file for. And then I've also listed some other options should the commission decide to slow down their expenditure rate. And those are listed in the summary. One of those you will be considering in just a few minutes, which is the COLA that is budgeted to be effective on the first check of July. So if that were delayed, there are some savings to be associated with that, and information is included in your package. As I said, we are not in panic mode. We are monitoring it. We will continue to bring back to you the information that we have as our sales tax collections come in. And hopefully, as things begin to look a little more normal, those collections will do so as well. I'll be happy to answer any questions that I can for you.
So, Donna, I do want to not only say thanks for the update, but I think it's extremely important for us to contextualize the conversation that we're having right now. When you look at, quote, effectively $2+ million deficit in your streetlight program, and then when you transpose that into the conversation regarding this year, between January and April, where effectively you got better than $1+ million deficit, almost $2 as well. Part of that being related to masters. I think it is important for you to provide the commission with specific information as it relates to hotel, motel tax collections. This is certainly due to COVID in terms of where we've seen a shortfall, notwithstanding the fact that the state of Georgia held money as well. All of these things have to be taken in their full context, and not necessarily as data points or snapshots, but in the full context. So hotel, motel revenue, sales tax, all of those things, so that we get a full picture. That what I would ask for, Administrator Sims, is that we get a series of pie charts and a bar chart, so we can pictorially see what's being done or what we're not doing from a revenue standpoint. I'm going to go to the commissioner from the 8th, and then I'll take a series of other so we can move through this item. Commissioner from the 8th.
I didn't have a question. You probably just saw me hold my head up.
Okay. All right. Very well. All right. All right. No other names. Thank you.
So I have your hotel motel numbers if you would like them, or I can just send them out.
So I would like them. I'd also like to see what this looks like from a I would like to see this pictorially as well. If you could put together a pie chart for us, that would be helpful, and or maybe a bar chart as well, so that we can see these things from a comparative standpoint between 2019 and
There, okay, the sales tax is in your package. There are bar charts in there.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
all right, fantastic. Anybody else? All right, thank you. Thank you, guys. Okay. Okay, Madam Clerk. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to item number 24.
Item 24 is to deny an ordinance to require that face coverings or masks be worn in the Augusta, Georgia governmental buildings during the COVID-19 public health emergency and recovery.
Mr. Fournier.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up discussion from a couple weeks ago where we're still awaiting the second reading of this ordinance. So before we get to the second reading, I make a motion that we do not proceed forward with requiring face coverings in our public buildings.
Second.
All right, I got a motion in a second. All right, Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because we deny this means that we're still going to strongly encourage and that this happens in the buildings, correctly? Correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so anyone else? Okay. Generally, when things like this happen, we send mixed signals to the general public, and I'm concerned about that. The state legislature just reconvened on the 15th of June, and there's an expectation that everyone who enters the building has a face mask. I don't have the full order at this point, but here locally, we've seen broad compliance and support from our citizens who have come into this building. One of the things that was in place with the expectation that we would adopt an ordinance was an executive order that bridged the gap until such time that we adopt the ordinance. At the point that we deny this, the executive order expired on the 12th of June at 11:59. Again, under the expectation that we would have had an ordinance in place that would have allowed us to do that. All across this state and without question in the state, we are seeing a clear uptick in terms of positive cases. So I do not want to send a mixed signal that when you come into this building, you don't need to have a face covering or a mask on. And I think the effect of this conversation today certainly will do that. And I want us to caution ourselves with regard to that. Just over the last 48 hours, they had a meeting on yesterday in North Augusta City Council that they suspended after taking action on one item because someone, of course, has tested positive over there. We need to be very mindful. And so I'll pause and say those things with regard to that. This is not a matter to politicize. At the end of the day, just in the last 4 hours, we've had an additional 32 confirmed cases in Richmond County alone with 2 additional deaths. COVID-19 is not gone. It is not over. It is still here. Mr. from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I agree with everything you just made mention of. Can we support this and remove section 3, the penalty phase of it? And that keeps everything in compliance as an ordinance that We strongly recommended that. Just remove section 3, where there's a $1,000 of imprisonment of a county jail, those kind of things. Just scratch section 3 from it.
Why don't we just call for the question?
Because I don't want to send the signal that you say that people don't think they don't have to wear the mask. We just scratch section 3 from that. And I just like the attorney asking, does that take away from this ordinance, to take away from section 3?
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to, I see the hands. I got your hands. All right, let me switch the screen just to see if there's anybody else. All right, I've got 2 hands, and then, all right, I'm going to go to the attorney. Absent us having an ordinance in place, we certainly can extend the executive order for another period. It did not have the penalty phase in there of $1,000 fine things, but I think what I've heard consistently in this building and at our other facilities is that people are in fact complying with the request to have a mask on. And for us,
are they being prevented from coming in if they don't have a mask?
They're being provided a mask. They're being provided a mask. You do not have a mask, you're being provided a mask.
If they don't accept the mask, are they still being denied entry?
I'm not aware of anyone being denied entry. I don't have a data point that says that. But at the same time, let's be clear here. We do not want to send mixed signals. And there's no need to politicize this. This is about life, health, and safety. All right, Attorney Brown. Pose the question to the attorney, Commissioner.
Yes, I did, sir. I was wondering about section 3. We strike section 3 from the penalty phase of it.
Okay, and
I'm just want to make sure, that we still get the same thing that we want, requiring people and not necessarily making it mandatory, but technically we are strongly suggesting that they will. Or it can still be mandatory. There's no punishment if they choose not to take it. That's just that simple.
Are you asking me, can you have an ordinance without a penalty section?
This particular one we got for sake of time. If you think it's problematic, then we'll just go back and make a substitute motion to leave the emergency order in place that the mayor had in place. To extend that.
If you strike it, it still will need 2 readings after you strike it. You will need that. If you voted on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Mayor, so what that means, if you think where he's at right now, then what that means, we wouldn't have anything in place in the meantime, then, right? Is that your point, Mr. Mayor?
That's the point. I think that's our point right now. Yeah. So,
well, I make a motion. I'm just making a motion that we extend your emergency order in that regard, Mr. Mayor. The executive order that you had in place. Will that get us there to what you're concerned about?
All right. I'll come back to that. Let's hands and I'll come back to that. Mayor Pro Tem.
I was under the understanding that what we have in place isn't even enforceable right now. Is that not true? Is it enforceable?
It is enforceable.
It is enforceable.
Right.
And it's nothing. Is it anything that supersedes what the governor's done?
It's not.
It's not.
No.
Okay. And I agree with you, Mayor. I mean, we definitely want to send. I'm sorry.
The executive orders that the governor, this notion or term where it cannot be anything that the governor has done as it relates to our government has stepped away from his requirements and mandating that locals couldn't add executive orders. He has completely left that up to the locals in terms of how we handle our government buildings and facilities.
And right, what is currently enforceable, what is the end date of it?
Well, the current end date was 11/59 on June 12th because we were expecting to have this ordinance in place. the governor's previous executive order prior to the one that's in place now. It ran that for that period of time, 20 May until June 12.
So if there was no action today, where would we stand as a community in the government buildings?
Where we would stand as a community is that there would be no executive order and there's no ordinance in place for folks to put masks on when they come into government buildings.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I need to hear from my attorney. You said that it was enforceable, what was in place. I need to hear from the legal mind that we paid. I don't think that's true. We can't enforce, it hadn't had the second reading and it's not in place yet, even though the time period is different and then expired. But what you just stated was to the Mayor Pro Tem that it was enforceable. But there's nothing enforceable. I mean, we can suggest and recommend that people wear masks if they choose to, fine. And I think they ought to. But I don't want to make it mandatory and put a fine on people thinking if they don't wear it or they refuse it, that they're going to be fined, because they can't be fined. I need to hear from the legal mind, though. I don't need to be not getting paid as a lawyer. If I'm going to get paid, then that's one thing. Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir.
My question is there anything enforceable?
The ordinance that had the first reading is not enforceable because it has not had the second reading.
Exactly. But the mayor explained that it was enforceable to the Mayor Pro Tem.
That's not what I said.
Okay, but that's what I thought you said. That's why I'm going to get it clarified, Mr. Mayor.
He said his executive order was enforceable.
Well, that's not even enforceable. Now, his executive order wasn't an executive order. He said something in the meeting that we questioned him on. Let's don't confuse the people showing up. I think people ought to wear masks, but you can't mandate them to wear masks. You can't make them wear masks until they're going to be fined. And there are some people who are fearful of a fine. You can't have an ordinance and there's no penalty with it. What you got an ordinance for if there's no penalty? How you gonna have an ordinance but there's no penalty or no requirement after the failure has been done? That don't make sense.
That looked just like that smoking ordinance we passed.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Mayor, let's move it along. You can't get in Costco without a mask either.
Costco ain't government either.
That's all right. They won't let you in.
You can't get in without a membership card either.
Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, what's our posture from a motion standpoint?
We have, the original motion is to deny the ordinance requiring the wearing of masks in governmental buildings and strongly encourage. And we have a substitute motion made by Mr. Hassan. However, we didn't get a second on that.
I second it.
That's Mr. Williams. And
No.
that was to extend the.
Fenoy.
Who was that?
Fenoy.
Fenoy. Oh, okay.
It done died. How you gonna get a second there? It done died without like a second. He had to make another motion.
I second it.
Ms. Bond, is that right?
He said he seconded at the time, Commissioner Williams.
I didn't hear him.
Well, nobody heard him.
I didn't hear him either, so.
Well, make your motion again.
Let's
you got to read it back to me. Let me see which one you got.
And we're gonna
No,
go.
y'all ain't gonna. Hey, y'all sit there like people ain't got good sense, man.
Okay.
People are smart. People are listening. I'm listening to everything you say.
We're gonna go to the main motion that the commissioner from the 8th made, and it had a second. And let's simply vote on that. We're gonna move.
Mr. Clark.
Vote yes to deny.
Davis out. Mr. Fenoy.
Deny ordinance. I vote no to deny.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Franum,
Mr. Mayor,
Attorney Brown.
I believe there needs to be clarity as to what the motion is and what people are voting on.
Yeah, I think so.
okay. What, the motion was to deny the ordinance as written and strongly encourage those entering governmental buildings to wear masks.
Okay. I vote yes to deny.
We're at Mr. Franum.
No.
Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Hassan,
Yes.
Mr. Sias.
Abstain.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Abstain.
Abstain, okay. Mr. Bobby Williams,
No.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion fails with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Franum, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams voting no, Mr. Sias abstaining. Ms. Davis out.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I want to do this. Okay, I'd like to take item number 34, 35. Item number 20. Item 23.
And 23, you say?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
Item number 19.
He asked to, okay, that be put on the next agenda when you discuss that, Mr. Williams.
That's correct. Item number 19 was asked to be put on the next agenda, so I'll leave that off my current list. Okay, did I include number 33?
No, sir.
Okay.
Mayor.
Hold on. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm going to talk about each one of these just for a moment, and then we're going to move.
What are those numbers again, Mr. Mayor?
Madam Clerk, would you call those numbers out, please?
Sir. Number 20, number 23, number 33, number 34, 35, and Mr. Mayor, make sure we get back to 28.
Number 28.
That needs to be addressed. That needs to get back to the state.
Okay. All right. So let's hold number 28. Let's not include that one in this conversation.
Yeah.
Now, what do you plan to do with number 20, Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to tell you in just a second. If you give me just 1 second. Okay, Jeff, I know you're listening in. Let me in. This device that I'm on is about to die.
Okay.
Warning out.
You mean your office doesn't have a plug-in?
Not where I can get to it, unfortunately.
Well, your virtual screen keeps going in and out, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, there for a minute with your virtual screen, you look like your ears were flying.
Yeah. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, back to these items that we have here. Okay, number 28, we'll address that one here in just a moment. Item number 34, 35, these items go to the very heart of a constant conversation that we keep having with regards to maintenance and upkeep across this county. It's no different effectively than the conversation we're having about vacant and abandoned properties and how best to do the work of the city. At this late hour in the evening, I don't want to waste a few moments trying to have a thoughtful conversation and us not get to a good place to where we're effectively doing real work or getting real work done in the right way. So I'm going to ask the commission if we can, and I'm not going to suggest just putting it on the next full commission meeting as appropriate. I think there needs to be some work done in the interim around convening the engineering services director and environmental services and having schedules, just like there were schedules before for cutting in our main right-of-ways and thoroughfares. The same needs to hold true in these areas right here where there's a schedule and you know when it is and when it's going to be conducted and by whom, whether that's contractors, whether that's GDOT, and you don't see that in this instance. And so I think that that's extremely important. We need to have that conversation. So I'm going to ask the commissioners who put that on the agenda to think about that as we come back around. Regarding item number 20, we can spin our wheels and have a general conversation, but I'm not sure we're at a point to be able to discuss alleged discrimination against minorities and women in a very thoughtful way at this time. And there needs to be some additional conversations that happen with HR and with the appropriate people to talk about what is Augusta's path forward in terms of inequities, alleged, real, perceived, as it relates to women and minorities. And we tend to just have these conversations, and we have conversations and just go back and forth, but nothing evolves into tangible actions. And so I'm going to ask us to table those items, Madam Clerk, that I just provided, and we'll debate item number 28. But those items that I just gave us, if we can table those, and then we'll pick those back up at a time to be determined after we've had some of that meaningful conversation before we put it on an agenda. All right, Commissioner from the 9th.
Mr. Mayor, I couldn't agree with you more. I put several things in the agenda, and like you say, we talk around it or we won't say a word about it. And that's why I keep getting back on the agenda, because we have not got serious about resolving some of these issues, whether it be abandoned homes or whatever it is. The disparity study and the stuff that we paid money for, we act like, that don't even exist. So I'm hoping we have some real dialogue about it and try to get to a good place versus just acting as if it's going to go away by itself. My colleagues don't ask any question. They don't know where you're going, don't know what you're doing. They don't want to know. But there are some real issues that's happening in this government that we all have been addressing over the years, and we have not. So I got no problem moving this, like you said, until we can have some real dialogue. But there are some issues that's going on that we keep turning our heads to as if it's going to go away, and it's not. So I'm willing to sacrifice my agenda item until we can have some real dialogue about with the HR department. I mentioned about recreation. There are some real issues in this government, in a lot of departments, but nobody wants to address it. Everybody wants to keep their friend in a place where they will keep a friend. This ain't about friends, it's about doing what's right and doing what's wrong.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, so Madam Clerk, please add number 26 to this list as well that we're talking about. The last items for debate, 28 and 29. I think 29, the commissioner from the 6th who initially raised this issue, and then there was objection, has gotten sufficient enough background from the director of finance that what we should in fact do is suspend COLA enhancements at this time, and we can revisit that later in the year. But to suspend the planned June 30, July 1 COLA enhancements.
Mr. Mayor.
So, all right, Commissioner, I'm going to come to you. I got to go back to the commissioner from the 1st. I've got to go back to him. I didn't forget about it. Commissioner from the 1st.
Was this in relationship to number 33, Mr. Mayor?
Well, that was on my list as well. Number 33 was on my list.
Okay, number 33 is where the video that I wanted to show.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware it was the video. I understand the flooding that's taking place at Cedar Grove. I know it's a pressing issue, but what I would offer, and again, I'm going to say this, what I would offer is that we've got the engineering services chairman. I've got the commissioner from the 4th who has led on these issues. We've got the engineering director, and it's in your district. I would say that we should bring a group together and go out there and get after this. This is how we get the good work of the city and good public policy done. You got the engineering services chairman, you got the commissioner from the 4th who has led on these issues. And this is where we need to be working together at to be more thoughtful in terms of how we do stuff. We can talk about it and talk about it and talk about it all day long and nothing gets done. And I don't think that's where we want to be. That's not where I want to be. So I'm gonna recommend that that's what we do regarding that item. And again, commissioner from the 4th, if I can say this, you've got the commissioner from the 1st who's requested this, but if you can help and help lead this effort and make sure that we resolve these issues as it relates to flooding and what's going on. We don't have to wait and just see these things show up on agendas and then we just talk and talk and talk and talk. When we know that there are answers, you've got answers, you know how to help get this stuff done, and let's get it done.
I don't have a problem with that.
Okay. Commissioner from the 9th, again, as engineering services chairman, this is well within your purview and role as a leader to help bring to bear resources on getting these things done. And we don't have to keep spinning our wheels on these things. All right, so Madam Clerk, I've given a list. If you can reiterate that list, that we will table these items, and there will be some conversations and meetings that take place after this, and we'll get the right people involved in these. If you can reiterate
One quick question before you do your review.
Okay.
You mentioned item 29. You gonna move that item as well, correct?
I was going to debate 28 and 29 as our last items for debate. Those matters can be disposed of today.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, if you can reiterate those for us, please.
Cut your mic on.
I'm sorry. That would be 20, 23, 26, 33, 34, 35, are being tabled. And for debate is 28 and 29. And Mr. Mayor, there are two other items that in our oversight, we did not approve the settlement resolutions that was approved in the special call meeting, in the open meeting. So we'd ask that you add and approve those two settlements that were approved in the special call meeting.
So move.
Okay. And that would be Ms. Jamisha Howard in the amount of $12,000.
Madam Clerk, that's fantastic. Thank you for that. Thank you for that reminder.
And we have one other, I just wanted for the record, sir.
Absolutely.
Let me get
Okay.
this one up.
All right. So
The
let's
other one would be Mr. Gregory Stanley settlement agreement in the amount of $16,000. So we need to add and approve those two.
all right. All right, without objection. All right, Madam Clerk.
And approve without objection. Okay, thank you. Okay, where are we now?
All right, we're voting in gross on those. Without, there was no objection.
No objection. Okay.
All right. Commissioner from the State Inquiry.
We still have item 37.
I know, 28, 29, and 37. We're coming back to those.
Okay. Item 28 is a motion to approve the Augusta Richmond County fiscal year 21 capacity agreement for state inmates being housed at the Richmond County Correctional Institute.
Commissioner from the 9th. Yeah.
Unmute your mic, please, sir.
Okay, I'm in support of supporting what the warden want to do out there. But when I spoke with him, we talked about inmate crews that could be in Augusta doing some work. Some of the same work we talk about we needing done around the city. They could have crews in here, which had to be shipped in here, and not just putting inmates in there. We could have specialty crews that come in here to do a lot of work around this city that we've been looking all over. Other cities are using them. Warden Joseph said even the dog kennels outside, the inmate made the dog kennels they got there. We had a commissioner of correction come to Augusta. They was going to build an animal shelter at one point. We were going to house them. So if we housing inmates, let's house some inmates that be beneficial to us. These professional people who are incarcerated, but still can do some work. So I make a motion to approve. I wasn't against this program, but I thought we ought to be talking about getting inmates in here when we can. And they got a list a mile long to be housed in other areas. But we hadn't even tried that. We hadn't even used that resource. So my motion is to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, voting.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Fenoy,
Mr. Benoit, unmute your mic.
Got his mask on.
Y'all crazy.
Okay, Mr. Fenoy. Oh, he's still.
Yes.
Mr. Clark, are you voting?
I did not hear the motion, ma'am. Step away.
Sir?
I did not hear.
I'll leave it after this item.
Okay, you're not voting. Okay.
No, hold on. Well, I'm sorry, I was talking to somebody else.
Okay, Mr. Garrett. We're voting for item 28, capacity agreement for our.
Yes.
Okay.
And Clark is yes.
Okay, Mr. Hassan,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sias,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams. He's muted.
Dennis, unmute your mic.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Ms. Davis and Mr. Frenham out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item number 29.
Item 29 is discuss the upcoming COLA increases for city employees.
All right, we've discussed it. I'm going to the commissioner from the 8th. All right, commissioner from the 8th.
Yes, sir. In regards to this motion, for the upcoming, COLA, what is our administrator's recommendation in regards to this?
Administrator Sims.
Commissioner, being that this was approved last year in our budget, 2020 budget, and I do know our greatest asset are our employees, and I do know the 1.5% COLA will make a great difference with our employees. Our recommendation is keep it as it is, make it effective July 1st.
I didn't catch the end of that. What did you say?
Keep it as is, effective July 1st.
So do the increase in July,
Yes.
even with the shortcoming in revenue that we know we're going to experience?
As our finance director indicated, we just don't know at this time the impact of the finance, as well as this was approved last year for our employees. And we
Well,
had
it was
great
approved.
debate today about approving or considering reducing our fees for businesses. I would think our elected body would see the same consideration for our employees.
Well, it was approved in anticipation of a normal year, but 2020 has been far from normal. I think that it would be unwise to move forward with this increase, with the fact that, as you and our finance director have both said, that we are unsure about what the shortfall is going to be. So I'm just not sure how you can proceed with the cost of living increase when you don't know about the revenue shortfall.
I hear your concerns, but I also know the many employees that have been patiently waiting for the 1.5% increase. So I would, if you don't go with July, please consider the October date. But I definitely would like for commission to go forward with the COLA for our employees this year. That is my recommendation.
All right, commissioner from the 9th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With this COVID-19 affecting everybody, I too think an employee deserves this COLA. The finance director didn't say we're being in a bad position. She did say she didn't know, but she didn't think that this would be detrimental to this government. So I'm in support of giving them the 1st of July, the COLA that we talked about, that we approved, because they too have suffered. They too have lacked the business we're gonna give monies to, make a forgivable loan to, ought to be considered as much as anybody else that's working every day. These are not business people, these are laborers day to day in a lot of cases. So I'm in support.
All right, so commissioner from the 4th.
I move that we keep the COLA as approved.
Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, roll call vote.
Mr.
All right, so Madam Clerk, suspend for just a minute. Commissioner from the 8th, state your inquiry.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we delay until we know more about our financial standing.
Second.
Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll vote on the substitute.
Mr. Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Fenoy,
He's muted. We'll come back to him.
okay. Mr. Franum, Mr. Garrett,
Yes.
Mr. Son,
No.
Mr. Sias,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams,
No, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No.
Mr. Vanoy, you're muted.
Muted. No.
That motion fails. with Mr. Fenoy, Mr. Sun, Mr. Sias, Mr. Bobby Williams, Mr. Dennis Williams, Mr. Marion Williams voting no. Mr. Franum and Ms. Davis out.
All right, Madam Clerk.
The original motion is to approve the COLA with an effective date of July 1st, 2020. Mr. Clark. He's muted, sir.
Mr. Clark, you're muted, sir.
He mad.
No.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Franum's out. Mr. Garrett.
No.
Mr. Son.
Yes.
Mr. Sias.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
Yes.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark and Mr. Garrett voting no, Ms. Davis and Mr. Franum out.
Okay. Our final item is item number 37. Before we go to number 37 and close with that, I'm going to ask this body to give strong consideration that as we move forward until such time that we're meeting back in person, that we have legal executive sessions on a separate day and that we not include them on the same day that we're doing full commission meetings.
I think that's a fantastic idea, Mayor.
We were doing with a committee meeting, Mr. Mayor. We're not doing full committee meeting, you mean, right?
Currently, we're having legal, then going into full commission meeting. I will propose a separate date for us to have legal. We're coming up on July that we have it once, unless there's extraordinary circumstances in July. But we may very well find ourselves at a place of where we are prepared to come back if all of those precautions are put in place. But right now, having legal and this meeting on the same day is a bit troublesome. That's the new word I learned today. It's a bit
Can I
troublesome.
add something to that?
Yeah.
And we also need to get back to the committee process. That's where a lot of our discussion is normally occurs. So if you want to do that with legal, then we should do the committees in conjunction with that. As far as the timeline go.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I just know that this is very troublesome, what we're doing right now in terms of just the prolonged process. So I'll send out an email with a recommendation, and then let's have some discussion about it. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
Sure.
Yeah. You said Sean, then we'll come back and vote on what. I want to. What does our schedule look like right now for meetings moving forward? Can you give the clerk give us an update on what the schedules look like, next meetings and things?
Okay, our next meeting will be next week, the 24th, will be a meeting taking the place of the July 7th meeting. After next Wednesday, the commission will not meet again until July 16th. And that will be regular commission meeting. We will have that commission meeting, and it determines we would have the last committee meeting if you return back to that schedule.
Okay. Ms. Mayor, based on your suggestion, where you said you'll get something to us by the 24th and we can vote.
No, I'm gonna get something to you. I'm gonna get something to you by Friday.
Well,
I'm saying, but we'll vote on it next week.
Keep in mind now, we won't have any more meetings until July 16th. That's our last commission meeting. And then we'll have our first commission meeting in August. So you won't be meeting technically, but once in July.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Mayor. We're all right for right now.
Well, we'll have some discussion about it. This is very troublesome. Yeah, it is.
Mr. Mayor, please send it.
All right, Madam Clerk, the final item.
And that would be
37.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Mayor, got a point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Well, let me try to break some water. We lost it from day one.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, suspend. Can you read the caption for us?
Okay. Item 37 is a motion to approve the reappointment of Mr. Butch Gallup and the appointment of Mr. Charles Lamback to fill the seat held by Mr. Terry Elam to the Augusta Economic Development Authority.
All right, Commissioner from the ninth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is, how long have these names been on the Development Authority?
Mr. Gallup has, he's in the end of one term, a 4-year term. He's considered a holdover now. Mr. Lamback has not been on the board. He would be a new appointee. He's replacing Mr. Terry Elam.
Is he still on the aviation board, Madam Clerk?
Yes, he's a legislative appointee. So that would not.
Who is that?
Mr. Lamback. Right. He
Okay,
would not.
and I guess my point is, Mr. Mayor, we got 250,000, 200,000 plus people in this area. We use the same people all the time, on the same boards. How are we gonna spread this out? I got no problem with neither one of these men, but Mr. Gallup has been there for 4 years. We hadn't even considered anybody else. We hadn't even put anybody else up the seat. Or we just gonna leave the same people in places? Is this the only board that he's serving on, Ms. Bond?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well.
He's completing one term.
He's completing one term.
Yes, sir.
I just think we need to make sure that we be fair in this community. And we got a diverse group of people in this community, but we only use the same people who've been there for 10, 20, and Mr. Gallagher will be there for 8 years. There's term limits on the commission. You have to come off. The mayor, you have to come off. The people will be your term limit, but it's not. So we need to make sure that we're doing what we need to do and being able to provide an opportunity for everybody, not just certain people. I'm gonna make a substitute motion that we reappoint Mr. Charles Lamback and find another person to go in that spot for Mr. Gallup here.
All right, that substitute fails. Back to the main motion. Voting.
Mr. Clark.
Yes.
Mr. Fenoy.
Yes.
Mr. Franum. Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Hassan.
Yes.
Mr. Sayers.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Bobby Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Dennis Williams.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Marion Williams.
No, ma'am.
That motion carries with Mr. Marion Williams voting no, Mr. Franum and Ms. Davis out.
Right.
Ms. Bonner,
Yes, sir.
you gonna send somebody by the house to come get these books, or you want us to bring them to you?
Yes, sir. We'll send someone to get them.
Last week's too.
Okay. Leave them out where the cats can't get them now.
Miss Bonner, I'll bring mine in. They don't need to come by my house.
Okay.
All right. This meeting is adjourned.
Good evening. Have a good one.
Good evening.